Jamie, I just started the recording. It is 6:30. Jeff is not here and neither is Steve, but you could start out by reading that whole little clause thing you got, and hopefully they show up relatively soon. You have a quorum.
We do have a quorum. Very good. Welcome everyone to the November 17th meeting of the Barrington Planning Board. As chair of the Barrington Planning Board, due to the COVID-19 coronavirus crisis and in accordance with the Governor Sununu's Emergency Order Number 12, pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this board is authorized to meet electronically. Please note that there is no physical location to observe and listen contemporaneously, which was authorized pursuant to the Governor's emergency order. However, in accordance with the emergency order, this is to confirm that we are utilizing Microsoft Teams for this electronic meeting. All members of the board have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through Microsoft Teams, and the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate in the meeting through dialing the phone number 603-664-0240 or entering the conference ID for a team.
Jamie, I've joined the meeting.
Welcome, Jeff. We have a quorum and we'll start with a roll call of members. My name is James Jennison. I'm the chair. Jeff Brand.
Present.
Steve Diamond.
Present.
Donna Masucci.
Here.
Andy Knapp.
Present.
Ron Allard.
Present.
All members are present. Wonderful. We also have the town planner, Marcia Gasses, Code Enforcement Officer, John Huckins, and Land Use Administrative Assistant, Barbara Irvine. We will put the minutes till the end so we can get to the public hearing for the master plan. Jen, are you with us? Hi, Jen.
Good evening. How are you all? Jen Sizz, Executive Director at Stratford Regional Planning Commission. I believe at the meeting a month ago, we went over the process to develop the draft and some highlights of the draft content. And tonight I'm just here in case there are any additional comments or questions.
Thank you. Does the board have any? I think we're all forwarded it. And
Yeah, this is Ron. I have a quick question. It seemed like in the document, there were a lot of things that were staffing, personnel issues that were in the document. It didn't seem to understand exactly why that was in a facilities document. Could you tell me why that was included?
Sure. One of the unique things about a community facilities and utilities chapter is it's not, it's not your traditional land use or master plan chapter in that regard. And so it gets to more how a community can provide the services and the level of service for community facilities. And so sometimes that entails programming, which then in turn gets to the staffing levels. And so it really comes back to departments' abilities to kind of meet those needs of the community and how they can be met. That helps.
I have half a dozen questions and comments, but I don't know if you want to wait until after the public hearing to address them or do it now.
I think now would be the time, just so if we're going to make any changes, the public is aware of whatever you're thinking.
All right. Starting on page 8.
Hey, Jeff, can you turn your volume up a bit? You're just a little bit tough to hear.
Well, I'll tell you, I'm yelling. I played with my microphone and application here for about 30 minutes, and I'll yell. This is as loud as I can get.
You're very loud on my computer.
Is that right? Well, turn your volume up, Andy.
It's on 4.
Okay. Well, yeah, at the top of the page, it says in 2019, Fire and Rescue Department will propose to hire an additional, it's now 2020, so did they, or this is past tense, this is OBE, so this needs to be updated.
So, you know, in speaking to that, kind of in my role as executive director of the organization, this is something that was an ongoing challenge with this project. And just there were unforeseen and unavoidable kind of things that came up along the way that created some delays in some of the sections of this this chapter. And the ability to kind of go back and rewrite sections is just well beyond kind of the original scope of what was budgeted here. So it's, you know, to that end, you know, if the community has that information, we're more than happy to update that if you would like to send that along. But it's.
Well, does anybody on the call know the answer to this? Did they propose for an additional, Andy, do you know?
I can tell you that they took a lot of their I believe we added per diem, and we took all the people that were volunteer, and they actually are not classified as volunteer in some way, shape, or fashion. I forget exactly how we restructured it, but they are all compensated now appropriately.
Didn't they get technically called part-time or something, if I remember right, in the budget system?
Yeah, it was because something about it was around the way they were classified as volunteer. We couldn't legitly do in whatever the scope or fashion of. That's an HR side that is not my expertise. So they all got moved into a part-time category.
Did you say proposed?
Yeah, proposed.
Okay.
That fixes that.
Okay.
2 paragraphs down, it says last year.
Yep.
I think that should just say 2018 results.
2018.
All right. Yep. Okay, on to the next page. Right at the bottom line.
Mm-hmm.
It says the graph to the left provides information about the number of graves sold. Isn't that the graph to above provides information? There's nothing to the left but margin.
It moved.
Yeah, I know.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see, page 12. It goes back to, you know, the timeline, but it says,
yep.
According to phase 1, which was developed, several walls will be knocked down. Does anyone know if we've actually started phase 1?
That job has been completed already.
All right.
Which paragraph is this in?
This is at the bottom of page 12, in the bottom
Okay.
paragraph, starting right in the middle. It says, according to phase
Yep.
1 of the renovation plan, it says several walls will be knocked down to make, so this is completed.
Okay.
This is several
Were knocked down.
Yep.
Yep.
And then the next sentence, the renovation will result.
Resulted.
It resulted. All right, next page. What's the little one beside staffing? It looks like a sub note. I don't think that's.
Yeah, that looks like a little straggler. Get rid of that.
All right. Let's see. On page 15, number 2, 2 lines up from the bottom. The new law change, it says effects. It should be affects new hires.
Okay.
All right, page 19. Not a major thing, but Under staffing, the first sentence, road agent, that ought to be, that's a title, so that ought to be capitalized. Got that one?
Mhm.
Okay, page 41. Last sentence under proposed building,
Was that 41 or 21?
41.
Okay, thank you, sorry.
Yeah, no, I just trying to, yeah, it says the existing construction to be completed in 2020, so I think that's now 2021. That's it.
Okay. Those are very simple edits. More than happy to make.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff, for that. Do any other board members have any questions or comments before we open it up to the public?
Yeah, this is Ron again. I guess maybe this is for Andy, I guess, but we're talking about we're in the process of a new town hall. We're talking about a library. We're talking about potentially a new police facility. 3 different buildings, none of them in the town center. I don't know. It just seems to me that we're missing an opportunity here. Maybe we should combine buildings put together, or.
Well, Ron, I appreciate that. I don't want to lament this, but I don't think it's the right place for this now to have that discussion on the town's poor choices on where to place buildings.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. One of those buildings, the proposed library, is actually proposed to be at the location of the old town hall. So that would be located in the town center.
But also I'm talking about, Jamie, that, it seems to me there was an opportunity to combine these facilities. We're building
Right,
3
I know,
separate
but
buildings, maybe.
Sure, but I don't think the opportunities tonight for this chapter of the master plan. You know what I mean? I think I don't disagree with you at all. I think there's missed opportunities here for the town, but I just don't know as though rewriting this on the third public hearing is the time or place,
I agree.
to try to
I hear what you're saying.
insert that. I guess. You know what I mean? So I feel you, and I agree with you 100%, but I don't know as though we're going to accomplish anything by going down that road tonight.
I just think it's a master plan that, somewhere it should have been, maybe we combine these all together. We have we may have a police department, fire department, town hall, library, all in different places.
Yeah, I agree. Anything else? All right, we'll open it up for comment. If we have anyone out there that would like to make comments on this chapter, we'd love to hear them.
If you came in on a phone, it's *6 to be able to talk, and if you're on a computer, you can hit your mic.
Hearing none, we'll close public comment.
Jamie, you just cut out.
I'm sorry, I muted instead of unmuted. Short of those few clerical changes, if the board is prepared to have a vote to accept this, I think it would be appropriate at this time to have a motion.
Motion would be to approve.
Correct.
All right, I know who that means. Yes, I offer a motion to approve the, oops, let me make sure I got the name correct here. The critical facilities and utilities chapter for the master plan.
Second.
That was a motion by Jeff Brand and seconded by Ron Allard. Jeff Brand,
Aye.
Steve Diamond,
Aye.
Donna Masucci,
Masucci, aye.
Andy Knapp,
Reluctantly, aye.
Ron Allard,
Aye.
James Jennison, aye. The Mass Facilities and Utilities chapter of the master plan has been adopted. All right, thank you, Jen, so much for your time.
Thank you so much.
Have a great night.
All right, you too.
All right, moving on to number 3. Sunset Rock LLC request by applicant for site review to increase their operation in Barrington from 83.3 acres to 88.8 acres. Mr. Wright, I believe, is here to represent.
Yes, I am.
Welcome whenever you're ready.
Okay. All right. I am here tonight to, what we want to do is add a 5.5 acre parcel, which is Barrington parcel 236, lot 4. We want to add that to the existing quarry that is at the site. The site is located at the far corner of Barrington. You can see on our map here, we have Rochester to the north. Entrance and egress from the site is provided from Rochester on Rochester Neck Road, and the site abuts the city of Dover on this side. What we specifically have is one small lot, which is a triangular lot, which is to be added to the existing quarry. The existing AOT permit, as shown right now, is in blue for the Barrington side. It goes all the way around the property there. And what we are going to do is just amend this and just extend this line down and connect it back up to this lower line. The site is currently a wooded lot. It has been harvested recently, selectively, but for the most part is primarily a forested lot. It's basically a wooded area. There are no wetlands on this site, on this lot. There are wetlands that have been mapped by wetland planners and our wetlands personnel off on this side, but this side is pretty much high and dry. And just to let you know, we did talk with the Conservation Commission last week, and they said that they were going to give us an approval and get a one-line sentence over to you to let you know their decision, which we believe was favorable. And that's about it for me. If you have any questions.
Thank you very much. Does the board have first, do we have any submittal type questions based on the application so we can accept that application as complete? Staff recommends that we do have all supporting documents with the knowledge that we will most likely be asking for more documents as this process goes on. Do we have any questions in regards to the application itself?
Sure, Jamie. So this application says that it's a minor site plan review. Given the criteria for a minor site plan review says that there is minimum lot grading, this is anything but. So how does this meet the criteria as a minor site review?
Oh, we were considering as minor, as in just amending it. Right now, currently, the site is, topographically varied, high to low. So we were just considering that we were smoothing it out and joining it up. We weren't considering it to be a major regrading, but it is, to be joined with the quarry. I see your point.
John or Marcia, would you have a perspective on that in regards to our regulation?
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought of it as minor in any way, shape, or form. I guess that was just a play on words. We have our regulations and we go through the same process, whether we call it minor or major. So that's not as big a concern to me. We'll look at it and evaluate it the same way. I do think it's, I'm kind of surprised at the Conservation Commission, but That's all right. I mean, they're a volunteer board. We're going to need a significant amount of information that really updates what the prior approval back in 2009 did. And I'm sure they realize that because they're going to have to update their alteration of terrain permit also. And we're going to want all the plans they have updated in regards to blasting and whatnot. I do know, and I put it in the comments, we do have representatives from the city of Dover that are going to participate in the meeting because they voiced some concern to make sure that there was an effect on one of the municipal wells that abuts over in this area. So they can, obviously they can speak for themselves. But anytime you disturb 8 acres of property, there's obviously, it may be small in proportion to what already exists out there, but it's been a number of years and everything will need to be updated.
So
Okay,
Marcia,
I think
sorry.
it's 5.5 acres. Sorry, it's Mike.
Yep, 5.5, Marcia.
Okay, the lot
Yep,
says
yep.
8 though. I believe the lot says 8.
It's an 8-acre lot.
Yeah, yeah.
And they're proposing 5 acres of disturbance. From the application standpoint, the difference between major and minor, are we now missing certain things that we would not accept this application as complete?
I still believe you can accept it. A lot of it has to do with other state permits. And I think when we hear from some of the abutter in particular, may raise some questions. I think as for the checklist, I think we're good enough to move on, and then we'll be able to take also comment from abutters too.
So Jeff, if you feel comfortable with that, do you have more questions, or anyone else on the board have more questions in regards to the application and accepting this application is complete so we can move forward?
I have a question.
Okay.
If the city of Dover is being involved in this, at what point would we deem this a project of regional significance?
So I did think about that, Andy, for sure, whether we should bring it up or not. And then I realized the significant impact really is to the city of Dover, and they're at the table. It's not that it outstretches into additional communities, although Rochester is part of the whole Brox project. This particular area, I don't believe impacts Rochester. So usually you call in regional planning when there's traffic issues, when when it's not isolated, so to speak, to individual communities. And I really believe this one is. I think that Dover's going to bring their own specialists in to deal with the issues that that would probably be more expertise than you would ever get from regional planning. So I think we're good with not having it a project of regional impact.
I think the only comment I have is, since this access is through Rochester, I wouldn't want to speak on behalf of Rochester. I'd want to make sure they at least had the opportunity if they felt they needed to.
Yeah, they did. They were notified as abutters.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, we felt that this small point here is where we abut them, so we wanted to add them and keep them as an abutter.
Marcia, I guess I got a question too about, and you actually referenced it in your comments, is this is potentially going to, and of course is the concern for the town of Dover, change the hydrology in the area. So, I mean, should there be a groundwater study and or surface water, grading, drainage? Because they're talking about, digging, extending the pit, digging out, putting in stepped walls into it. That could significantly change the drainage in the area. So should we expect as part of this application to see something along those lines?
Absolutely. And also it will be part of their alteration of terrain permit. that you'll have to see, they'll have to amend that alteration of terrain permit and to address some of those issues, which is why I did put them also in my comments. I did pull out the old application back from 2009. I mean, an extensive amount of work went into that application and all the permits. Those permits will need to be updated for sure. Probably the drainage analysis revisited so that, and that would also be included as part of the alteration of terrain permit. And I know, you know, there's ledge, there's blasting. The blasting plan would, you know, need to be updated. There's an operations plan for that. That would need to be updated. I did manage to pull most of those documents out to help with a, you know, future notice of decision and to educate myself on what went on back in 2009. So, you know, there's a lot of hoops for them to jump through, and they had expressed to me that this was a first step. So I don't want anyone to think that there's not more to the process than this, for sure.
Well, I guess I'm asking because I understand, you know, we can accept an application and then people come in with additional information that we ask for in addition to the application, but we also have a 3.4, don't we?
Yes, and that was actually what delayed them a bit, because this will be the first gravel excavation permit after the regulations changed. We might have had this on Hard Rock, but we haven't gone all the way through on the Hard Rock process yet. So that's really what triggered in the alteration of terrain, and I wanted to get comments because much of the concern from the city of Dover actually has to do with items that are in the conditional use permit.
Well, so I'm just looking at this, trying to, you know, make it a decision on my part. So we've got the, you know, the city of Dover concerns over the wells. We know that there's going to have to be extensive changes to and reevaluation of the drainage runoff plans. We are in it, when we get to the 3.4, it says, you know, it has, one of the questions is the building or structure use will not have a substantial impact on the natural and environmental resources of the town. I mean, they simply answer, there won't be, but we don't have the data, the information for the board to do its due diligence and ensure that's the case. So is all of that too much information that is going to be needed to consider that this is complete enough to proceed with? Is it premature?
I think you're good to actually be able to accept it. Obviously, you're not going to take any action on it, but this is the chance to get information from the folks in Dover on what their concerns are. Then when we're through that, you can obviously you know, continue the application to the next meeting so that they have enough time to gather any other extra information that Barrington needs, you know, to go further.
And to your point, Jeff, we can't address the conditional use permit until we accept the application is complete. So it's hard to ask for more information on that level until we do the first one, I think.
Well, they submitted all the items they need for the conditional use permit. So you could accept that as complete. You just can't take it. You wouldn't take action. You wouldn't vote on it except to accept it.
I agree with Jeff, though. The answers that it won't are not usually substantive enough to accept. You know, it certainly changes the environmental, you know, the one Jeff read off there, you know, it certainly does change those aspects.
If I can talk for 1 second, when the quarry was originally being developed and everything, we've all gone to Dover because they've had that well there forever, and their radial influence at that time that they determined was 500 foot, and it doesn't even, their radial influence doesn't even come out. It doesn't extend even into this parcel. It just barely hugs this right here, and when we've talked with them before, there haven't been any issues, and we don't feel that there are going to be any issues going forward. But, we're more than happy to meet with Emery and Garrett, but we don't see this as a great environmental concern with them and this well, because they shouldn't be. Most of this under here is rock. We're not going to be really affecting them. And that's what we've, talked with them about previously. There is some surface dirt, and is some sand and gravel in there, but it's not much. It's not, this is rock right here. You can't, it is right up at the very top. The rock does slope down and come over this way and meet the sand and gravel, but primarily what we're doing is a rock excavation it'll be some upper areas where the sand is affected, but we're not talking about down into the groundwater. The groundwater is down in the rock on this side. It is, sort of abutting it, but is not primarily influenced by it.
Well, I'll just note that Dover disagrees with you because they specifically said that one of those wells is within 500 feet of the proposed changes.
I don't.
In terms of.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, I just wanted to say to the board, for accepting it complete is they did give you the materials, and after you accept as complete, then you go into analyzing them, looking at what you want to do. So really it's just saying, yes, they supplied the materials that you need to start reviewing.
Okay, to that point, one of the environmental positives, ideals, is about fragmented land. So while focusing an impact in one area has some advantages, there are some advantages to having sort of islands for wildlife, for instance, of various kinds and sizes to hop from one place to another. So there is an ecosystem benefit to having the impacts be broken up in the way that it is now, but would not be in the future, given the proposal.
Marcia, I don't have the agenda right in front of me. Did we schedule this for a public hearing?
Yes, we did. So I just, that was kind of my idea of, they've supplied a lot of the materials. Obviously, there'll be things that are, they'll supply that have to do with the state and everything also. But enough, I think, from, the checklist they went through, yes, you can accept it as complete. So then you can have a public hearing and start discussing the merits of the application. Really, they've supplied materials. Now, for you to discuss it further, you really do need to accept it. And like I said, you don't have to make a decision on the application. You just want to take it under your jurisdiction.
I guess to be clear, my point is I'm not sure I'm ready to accept it as complete, given the thoroughness of the question on environmental impact.
Steve, but what documents on the application would you be looking for to accept this application as complete? That's not provided. I think this is a procedural hurdle we come up against time and again, where we need to accept something to ask for more stuff. So we're certainly not, we're accepting an application. We're not approving anything. And I'm open to,
Basically, they went down the checklist and we went down the checklist and we looked, yep, you gave us this, you gave us this, you get it this. Now we'll take it so we can actually have this discussion about the application.
Yeah, well, I was looking at the regulations and I brought this up before, but I think it's of concern to Steve and others, is a hydrogeologic study that may be necessary as part of this. The way the regulations, our site plan review regulations are written, it implies that we would require that as a stipulation after we've received the application. It says the planning board may require the applicant to provide a hydrogeologic study where deemed necessary. And so such studies shall be consistent with the requirement of the Barrington subdivision regulations. So the implication here is that that is something that we can address as part of environmental protection standards after we accept it.
Well, again, that's what we have, we can't ask for it before we accept the application,
What's
right?
that?
I said we wouldn't necessarily ask for it before we accept the application is complete, I guess is the point.
Yeah, well, that's what I was trying to come through is whether, you know, that's appropriate or not. It's certainly the way the regulations are written, it implies that we could do that afterwards. And I was looking at the checklist to see, and that doesn't seem to be, that's not an item on our checklist. So that's why I was looking, the implications are that is something that we would do afterwards. Obviously, I'm not hard over either way. I'm just trying to decide what's the appropriate thing to do. So for those people that are concerned about that, obviously our regulations allow us to examine the application and come back and say, we want that. And the applicant would have to provide it.
Right. If we'd like to lament this idea of what an application approval, I mean, an application shall, a complete application is one which include a design review request, completed site plan application, checklist marked design review available at the planning office. Application form shall be signed by the property owner, accompanied by an application fee, include a list of names and addresses of abutters, 6 sets of plans. I mean, it's pretty rudimentary what an application is. I guess I'm unsure of why the hesitancy to accept the application as complete when it doesn't have much bearing on what we do after that fact.
Correct. And you want to get to what the questions are and the input is, and you really need to accept that before you can do that.
Well, as you know, I already said, I'm not hard over on not accepting it, but with respect to your question of, well, there's nothing that, that's missing to stop us from consideration afterward. I think there's a whole lot that's missing that we're going to have to
Well, that's not, you mistook what I said. I just think that there's other items you can ask for afterwards, in particular, that studies and everything, but you need to accept it as complete first so you can have the discussion with the applicant about what you're going to be looking for.
So I will make the motion to accept the application as complete.
Second.
Motion by James Jennison, second by Ron Allard. Steve Diamond.
Aye.
Andy Knapp.
Aye.
James Jennison, aye. Jeff Brand.
Aye.
Ron Allard.
Allard, aye.
Application is accepted as complete. Now.
Okay, can I say
Oh,
aye?
Donna, I apologize. I'm not looking at my notes.
Okay.
Donna Masucci.
Aye.
Thank
No,
you,
that's
Donna.
not-
I apologize. I won't forget you again.
Donna, don't say
No,
that's okay. It's not okay.
It's not okay. It's not. I apologize. All right, let's move into the meat of it then. Jeff, we'll start with you. I think you had a specific that you had mentioned before.
Well, right. Well, we're going to need the information. I mean, we're talking about expanding this pit. We have to understand what the environmental implications, not just for the application, but also for the 3.4. So the documents that Marcia was talking about needing to be updated, a revised AOT, as they gather the information for that, I think that would be important for the board to have when it's considering it, and for Marcia to take a look at. I would say that I would think that we're going to send this out for third-party review, and they're also going to need that information. And so, that's certainly something that I think is necessary. Based on whatever input we get from the town of Dover, or in addition to what Dover might feed us, I would offer, I think, a hydrogeologic study with the expansion of this pit. It's probably appropriate. Maybe that's required under the AOT requirements, but if not, then I would say I would propose the board would need to see that separately.
Yeah, I agree. Marcia, would it be appropriate to bring in the representative from Dover at this time, or do I need to wait for public comment for that?
Actually, you should probably open up public comment for their questions and everything. And I'm sure I can't pick them out on a screen, but I knew there were several that were supposed to be there from their community services and their hydrologist and whatnot. Because of there's also the blasting component to this. So, and I do have copies of what was approved back in, like I said, 2009, all the operations plan and everything. Those are things that'll need to be updated, but I think it's appropriate if you want to, open the public comment, get some feedback from Dover, then you can always go back and speak with the board again. So.
Yeah.
Now, Marcia, you recommended a site walk to include Dover, right?
Right, because actually Dover contacted me because of the proximity to their municipal wells, and they suggested it, and so that's why I put it in that. Actually, I don't know that any of you have ever been out in that area. I was about, I want to say 8 or 10 years ago to walk some of the Brock's operation. It is very educational. Dover in particular, they wanted to see because of their well, and they wanted their hydrologist to be able to have access to go out there.
Yeah, I'll note that Dover is not just an interested party. They're actually in a butter.
Yes, Dover's in a butter.
A site walk is actually a public hearing. They have to allow anyone to go that's interested in going, if they accept it.
And if the board schedules it, they would have the opportunity to go for sure.
Is there any objection from the board opening up public comment now? Do you have further questions you would like to ask before I do this?
No objection.
Okay. I'd like to open up public comment now. If I could have those city members of Dover first, I think we could get a lot of stuff covered before maybe others that have questions would be wonderful. And I don't know who you are, so if you could identify yourself.
If you're on a phone, you would have to do *6 to be able to talk.
Sure. It's Gretchen Young here from Community Services, and I have recently taken over the role as the environmental project manager for Dover. I had been the assistant city engineer for a number of years. And then with me as well is John Brooks from Emery and Garrett, and he's our hydraulic specialist, and he'll be helping us review some of this. As you all have alluded to, Dover does have a well in close proximity to the project. And the project, it sounds like all the files were originally approved in 2009. So even without this expansion, I think Dover, it makes some sense to kind of do a site walk, revisit what some of the operation plans are, see how things are actually working out there, see how the hydraulics are working. So a site walk makes sense, even without this expansion. And then also we would want to look further into the proposed work with the expansion, see how the hydraulics are working from what was reviewed 10, 11 years ago, see how it's actually happening, see if there are any impacts to the groundwater associated with the proposal. And then obviously looking at what any impacts with the blasting, certainly would want to ensure there were no fuel spills or anything like that might compromise the aquifer. So, I think just a pretty standard review of all of the updated files that Marcia's been talking about. And I guess that's really what my initial review was, I thought that the well was in about 480 feet from the proposed area. I might have been off by that, but like I said, I just like to opportunity to dive a little bit deeper into how this project will impact the aquifer. And then John Brooks is here as well. If you want to speak up, if there's anything you want to add.
Hi, John Brooks from Emery and Garrett Groundwater. I think you did a good job of summarizing the concerns, Gretchen. We've worked in other areas where we've been involved in developing blasting plans and operation plans for bedrock quarries as well as sand and gravel quarries. And so we'd really like to be able to take a review of what the plans are for this specifically. I think the 480-foot setback was relative to the already approved plan on lot 222. And this is more on the order of high 500s to where the closest area is on the proposed lot. But it's still a concern if they're going to be doing some pumping to pump water out of the pit. Of course, that creates a cone of depression around the pit, which could impact the groundwater level in the area of the existing Dover wells. So we would like to see more hydrogeologic data as well as their safety plans and operation plans. As Gretchen said, if there's a catastrophic spill of diesel from the machinery and or the blasting's not conducted properly, that can also contaminate the groundwater. We look forward to seeing whatever information and doing a site walk would be very useful, I think.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Any other public comments at this time? Hearing none, we'll bring it back to the board and maybe we can have a conversation, Gretchen and John. If the board has questions for you two specifically, does the board have any questions they'd like to ask of either Gretchen or John?
Yes, John, as I'm sure you're aware, it's been exceptionally, or actually it's anyway, very dry. You know, it's been dry. How will that impact what you're seeing, and do you need to see it after it's rained heavily?
We've been conducting a multi-year groundwater monitoring plan for the city of Dover. I think we're into our 4th year at this point. So we do have water levels in the monitoring wells that we've installed and also the production wells over a 4-year period. So we've gone through both dry and wet periods. So I think that'll help with the assessment that we're going to be doing. The thing that's a little concerning here is that there's a little note on one of their figures that says they may take the bottom of the excavation down to 34 feet below the ground surface, which is below the water table. So I assume that's going to mean that they'll have to do some pumping to keep the quarry dry. You know, depending on how tight the fractures are, then maybe that's not a problem. But all you need is one fault zone running through there, and the impact can reach out a substantial distance, and that propagates up into the sand and gravel above the bedrock. So I think some additional information would be very helpful to make a good decision about this.
And John, one more thing. So in previous blasting topics that have come up before the planning board here, in my reading, nitrates was one thing that came up around the material of the blasting, the explosives. Yeah. What are the? Is it nitrate concern or only concern, or are there other substances that might be of concern to you from the explosives?
I think that's the main concern from the explosives, and then of course diesel fuel from the vehicles operating in the pit.
I understand diesel fuel might be used as a stabilizer in explosives as well.
Yes, it is. Yeah. So the trick is, you know, the trick is making sure the explosion is totally consumptive of the materials, the diesel fuel and the nitrates that form the explosion. And if they're not mixed properly, then you can have some of either one left over, which can get into the groundwater.
The quarry currently uses an emulsion, which is not a powder, and it's much easier to control the detonation to, well within almost 100%. So we've never had a problem at this facility with nitrates or any of that, but we're certainly willing to look at it more.
Yeah, and that's part of what we, would look at in the operation plan. We have unfortunately monitored blasting in other locations where it has become a problem, but it's not necessarily going to happen.
Thank you, John. Any of the other board members?
Yeah, for either John or Gretchen. So there was a mention, Gretchen, in your email about a possible necessity to install a monitoring well or two between the site and the city well. So what do you need, or when would you make that determination?
John, I'll let John handle that.
Well, I think it would be after the review of the different plans, operation plans and blasting plan and everything, but it's more than likely we would recommend something, either one or two wells between the public water supply well and the blasting site. It's going to make sense, I think, to do that.
So,
and that would be for water levels and also water quality.
So looking at, the plan that's up on the screen here, would those be on Dover property or on the Brock's property?
Well, I kind of assumed it would be on the Dover property just because of property ownership. It would really depend on what we find out from our review of the proposed plans, where those wells are going to be located.
And I don't want to start any food fights here, but would your expectation be that that Brock's would be paying for the installation of those wells?
I don't know if I want to get in that food fight either.
Yeah, I don't know. That's something we'd have to go down,
Okay.
Take a look at the review and see where we ended up with that.
We'll put that aside.
Yeah.
Jamie.
Go ahead.
Okay. I do, going through this material, it's there was actually concern from Dover. I think back in, I want to say 89 or going back in regards to, and they did install some kind of testing. And can't remember if it was for had blasting, but it was concern about the water at that time. Now it could be, quite a distance from this particular location because this is a massive site, but it's not unusual. What they're requesting was requested before as part of the excavation operation, and it had to do particularly with blasting.
Almost every time we've come before the board, we've done all of these things very similarly. We've done the hydrology report, we've done the operational plan, we've done, the environmental studies. So, it's nothing out of the ordinary.
Great. Any other board members have specific questions?
For John Brock, Brooke, could you give me some understanding of the scale of the reliance of Dover on water from this general area? Does that make sense? I know there's several wells that Dover uses and they each have different flow rates. What is the proportion of your reliance on the water from within half a mile of this operation?
Gretchen, can you address that question?
You know what? I don't have the flow rates with me. It is an absolutely essential well. All of our wells are essential. And as you can appreciate, we've got 2 of our major wells are down right now due to some other contamination that we're working on. And then I think, as everyone knows, we had the drought this summer. So a recently installed one at Willen Pond we've been resting. So we are definitely relying on this well. Absolutely needs to stay functional.
Yeah, the city utilizes 4 different aquifers throughout the city with, I think you have 6 wells now or 7 wells. And as Gretchen said, 2 of those have been put offline recently because of PFAS contamination. So these are becoming more important even than they were before. It's a critical component of the city's supply.
Yeah.
And do you monitor how much flow comes from each of these wells? Do you know that how that has changed over time?
Yeah, we do. We monitor it extensively. I just don't happen to have it with me, and I don't know it off the top of my head. But yeah, it is absolutely monitored. And that's information, if you would like, I can absolutely get all of that for you.
Yes, please. I'm on a committee with regional planning on resiliency, so I'd be very interested in knowing how the underground water supplies are faring in the area.
You bet.
Thanks.
Thank you, Steve. Anybody else with questions? John or Gretchen, do you have any other questions for us or anything that we could further along before we close public comment?
I don't think I do. I'm glad to hear you folks are thinking ahead about what else other information is required, and that, as Michael said, it sounds like that's kind of I don't know if it's pro forma, but it's what they typically do supply for these type of permits. So we look forward to seeing that data.
Yeah, and I would second that. It sounds like we're all on the same page with the added information that we need, and it sounds like, you know, with the site walk, we'll be able to address any concerns that we have.
And in regards to the site walk, you'll be okay coordinating with Marcia as far as what is an appropriate time. You guys are pretty flexible, I'm guessing, on your end.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Before I close public comment, I'll reach out one last time in case anybody's joined us. It's *6 to unmute your phone if you're calling in, or click unmute if you're on the computer. Hearing none at this time, we'll close public comment. Does the board have questions?
Jamie, we need
Yes.
the board needs to actually come up with, I'm assuming the board members are going to want to attend this, and we got to figure out a time.
Yep. You want to do that now?
I would suggest maybe I hate to say this, but Saturday morning. I mean, we're running out of daylight now is the problem.
Yeah, it's dark early. I would like as many people to show up as possible. I think that'd be great. And you'd like to get this going, assuming, are you proposing this Saturday, Marcia?
That's fine by me.
How many board members can we get for this Saturday?
Marcia, this is Barbara.
Oh, go ahead.
Do you have to have so much time before you can do that?
To notice it?
Yeah.
The site walk.
I don't know. I'm asking.
It's not a,
I believe after this
Some
meeting,
meeting.
if you continue to a date and time specific, it's just a continuation of this meeting.
Okay.
yeah, that sounds good, John. But I think it's only like a regular meeting, but yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
So,
that sounds good.
yeah, how many board members do you think we can get for this Saturday?
I'm
believe that
available
works
this
for me.
Saturday.
Ron sounded like a yay.
Me too.
Steve?
Yeah,
sounds good?
yes, not yay. Yay's too positive. This is a yes, not a yay.
Okay. Jeff, would you be able to make that?
Currently have plans on Saturday. I may be able to change those. I'm 50-50. I will try, but I've got to change plans. So
I would hate for anybody who wants to be there not to be. Andy?
I will not be able to make it. I already have plans up north.
Right. Is that a problem for you? Would you want, for you and Jeff, would you want us to try a different date?
I'm not going to try and I'm not going to be a deterrent to it and hold it up. You know, I already know my weekends are tied up because I'm working on my house up there. So.
You're busy. I know you're a busy guy.
If I can't make it, I mean, I wouldn't object to the board, with you, Steve, Ron. I mean, I think you guys can take a look
All
and
right.
convey the information.
What about you, Donna? How's your Saturday looking?
I'm busy this Saturday, unfortunately.
Would that be a problem for you? Give me Ron, Steve, myself, that's 3. We wouldn't have a quorum, right?
Right. Would
How about we
the,
tried bumping 1 week to the next Saturday?
is that Thanksgiving though?
It's 2 days after.
I mean,
I
it's
can do
fine,
it
but
then.
So if people are out of town or, does the 28th, how does the 28th work? Or, Steve and I, working days, are there any midweek mornings that didn't look good to Steve? I feel your pain. I'm the same way.
Mondays are usually good.
What do you think about that, everyone as a whole, or Marcia? Would that be better than putting it off another week till after Thanksgiving?
that's fine by me. I'm sure Dover could lend their staff out too to.
So, Ron, can you do Monday morning?
Monday's not a problem for me.
That would be the 23rd. So Ron, Steve, you said you could do a Monday morning. Jeff, would you be able to attend a Monday morning?
Actually, yes.
23rd. Andy
Yep, I just have a conference call at 10 a.m. I have to be on.
and Donna, would you possibly the Monday morning? I know you run a business.
I know I run a business, but I'm going to say yes, but I might have to bow out if something happens.
Okay.
So I'm going to say yes.
All right, as long as we got 4 and I'll make sure I'm there, that'll give us a 5th option as well. So if someone else has something come up. Our Dover members, Gretchen and John, would the 2
Come
of
up
you
with-
be, pardon me?
We need to make sure and have a time too.
Yes, well, we'll give that to Mr. Wright, I guess, also to see. But Gretchen and John, would Monday work for you?
Monday is perfect for me. That would be great. And I don't know if John's there. I would imagine somebody from Emory and Garrett will be able to make a Monday meeting.
And then I guess the final decider is Mr. Wright.
Yeah, sorry.
Would Monday sometime in the morning be acceptable to you and Brox?
I believe I speak for Brox and myself. Yes, but no problem.
All right. What, Marcia and the board and Mr. Wright, what do we think is a time that would be appropriate? Knowing that Andy has a 10 o'clock meeting.
I can take my meeting remotely, just so you know. I just have to step away for that call.
Okay.
So how about, does 9, I mean, it's usually really cold first thing in the morning. I was thinking 9, is 9-ish okay? Or you guys want it
How about 11? It'd be warmer by then.
11. I like
11? Okay.
Yep. Mr. Wright, do you think 11 will work?
11 should be good.
All right. I think
And
we've
where
got a
to
plan.
meet? It's a
If we
very-
meet right at the main office part, there's plenty of parking right when you come in off of Rochester Neck Road.
Great, thank you.
We can send out a quick map of just where to pull in and everything.
By the
Perfect.
way, whose calendar is this?
Oh, sorry, mine.
Well, say happy birthday to your mom. I mean,
95. Yeah, you were making me nervous when you went to her birthday there on the Saturday. I was like, oh no.
All right. Well, all right. We got that settled. Do we want to address anything else before the site walk?
well,
So I think, Mr. Wright, that you've got the gist that we're looking for the operation, what are my notes here? The hydrological impacts, blasting operation plan, blasting plan, right? Those are
Right.
in the works, so you know your standard for those. Anything else from the board, expectations, documents we'd be looking for that I'm not mentioning?
Could I ask a question? John Brooks?
Yes, please.
Would it be possible to get copies, PDFs of the existing permit? Particularly for lot tax map 222, lot 13. And operation plans and things like that, or maybe I'm assuming they'll adopt a lot of those plans for their new.
Marcia or Barbara, can you make sure John gets those?
Yes, I have a lot of these documents. I guess we could scan them. These would be the, obviously the ones that need to be updated.
Yeah, that would be very, very helpful to see what the starting point is. And if you don't, I hate to trouble you for that, but that'd be great.
Okay, we'll scan it and put it in a PDF for you.
Thank you.
I was going to say, or if you want, I could come scan it as well, Marcia. We can coordinate that.
Okay, Gretchen. You might want to look through our files, through the file anyway, to see if there's anything else in it that you find particularly important.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Can I assume that lot 12, tax map C for Dover, where the well is, that's an undeveloped lot with the exception of the well?
Gretchen, I think that was a question for you. The lot that the wells are on is otherwise undeveloped.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Okay.
And because of the well being there, I assume that there is no future development anticipated for that lot.
Right, that's right. And in Dover, we have the ability to limit that, but obviously because it crosses over the town line, it's a little bit different with you guys. But yes, that's right. There's no future development on that area.
And I was going to bring up one thing to Mr. Wright. When Marcia had said 8 acres earlier, on page 5, it does say 8.3 acres area of change, and that may be,
Might be a typo.
Pardon me?
Which page? I'm trying on which.
Page 5 of 7, it says area of change is 8.3 acres. And I don't know if it's because it's 5 acres of new land and then 3 acres extends into already permitted area, or if it's just a typo.
I think it's a typo, but I will look into that.
Okay. Does the board want to address any of the conditions of use comments at this time? Or do we want to wait for more information before?
Well, in looking at the list of questions that we have with respect to conditional use permit, I mean, they're not building any dwellings or anything like that. It all centers around, and it's, we know who the abutter is next to the area being developed. It's not on a pedestrian way. Doesn't affect utilities, but the one big question has to do with the environmental impact. And we're not going to know anything or answers or be able to test that until we get the information that we've requested with respect to the operational plan, the drainage, the hydrologic studies. And so I don't see, that's going to be the one outstanding question on that.
And the other question that we should keep in the back of our mind and answer for ourselves is that would we be looking for third-party review on this, or will the AOT, will we be deferring to AOT as well? It's something that's come up in the past and something we'll have to think about for this one as well. How we want to handle that.
Well, I will say, in addition to the AOT process, which is going to be pretty extensive, I think there's going to have to be a change in the blasting permit, correct, Marcia?
That'll be updated also.
Yeah, so there'll be updated blasting, the AOT, plus if the city of Dover, if Mr. Brooks and Gretchen are going to be involved in this, and they're going to be providing some oversight and analysis. The question is it money well spent to ask Dubois and King to do additional review?
Right. So something to think about.
Sorry,
Sorry,
Jamie.
Steve. Go ahead.
I lean toward perhaps the answer being yes. The number that sticks in my mind more than the 5 or so acres that are being discussed right now is the broader, the site total is over 80 acres. And I guess I wonder at what scale, in terms of the conditional use permit questions, a lot of it comes down to scale and when is too much. At some point, a site shouldn't get any bigger, in my opinion. And the answers to the questions in the conditional use permit have a lot to do with scale.
And you feel Dubois and King might address those? Or
I'm not positive. Maybe they could help. It's a broader philosophical question. We always grapple with these things one little bite at a time, and I'm always trying to include the big picture somehow.
From my perspective, one of the big pictures is, from a state level, the balancing the need for building materials, in our state, alongside environmental impact. So we have to weigh that as well. Marcia, do you have your hand up?
Yeah, I wanted to just add, I put my little hand up finally. In the past, the last time this came through, now granted it was on a much grander scale, the town did have their third-party review go over things, and they did make some good comments and kind of pulled everything together. I mean, granted, this is a much smaller scale than what that is, but it is adding to it. I mean, that's up to you, but I just did want you to let you know that did happen the last time.
Well, I lean towards having the third-party review. However, given recent past history, I think we need to be fairly specific if there are things we want Dubois and King to look at.
All right. We have a question from Ron Allen. You get your hand up, please.
Yeah, well, it's not a question, it's much a comment. I mean, if we're going to do Dubois and King do a review, I'm kind of with Jeff, I think. I want to know what they're going to contribute. If they're going to just play back our regulations like they've been doing lately, I think I'd be more likely to lean on the input from Dover.
Yeah. And that's why I mentioned it now, so we can think about what we want to ask them, so we're not, we can have this prepared for the next meeting. So when we send it to third-party review, if we decide that's appropriate, we have maybe a narrower scope or more specific, maybe not narrow, but more specific.
Well, in this case, I think we're protecting Dover's interest more than Barrington residents do. So I think if they bring appropriate resources to the table, I mean, that would be enough for me, based on what we've seen from Dubois and King lately.
So we'll have to see. All right, John Huckins.
My comments on this was more to, why don't we get the reviews and stuff in, see what shakes out, see what Dover experts find, and from there, we could look into possibly having it reviewed if needed. If not, then we can make a decision based on the facts we have at the time.
Okay. Mr. Wright, do you have the copy of planner's comments? Or there was just a few notes that they had made, and I can read them off. Just things. I
do have them.
Okay. So anything you see on there that you can address for us before the next meeting, obviously would be beneficial. And so, Marcia,
are you considering the next meeting being the site walk or next?
I would say probably the next after that. I guess probably it won't be appropriate at the site walk.
Certainly, yeah. Changing some of the site block, the certification blocks and everything, and getting everything on there is no problem. But and updating the operations plan probably can be done before that. But when we get to the environmental and everything, it's a little bit more work.
Yeah. Anything we can get ahead of time and review would be wonderful. Jeff, do you have your hand up?
I did. I was just going to ask about the timeline here. I know that there was a mention of, well, you want to get this thing going, and yeah, that's fine. But to get the site walk done, to get you know, the blasting plan update, the operational plan update, the environmental and hydrogeologic updates. I mean, those are going to take a little bit of time. That's not going to happen overnight, and we're going to need those materials if we're going to have a third-party review to give for them in addition to the plan.
I would say most of those documents, you know, we churn out on a regular basis. Everything except the environmental, because that's always going to be a site-specific and, you know, take a little bit more involved consideration. But the blasting plans, you know, we can update that readily, and I think I can almost have those almost ready for that meeting on Monday. And same with the operations plan. The operation plan is very similar. You know, every asphalt plant still operates. The trucking out still goes in and out. It's all pretty much the same. So it's not going to change too much or be too hard for me to update most of those. So we should be able to do everything fairly quickly except for the environmental.
Great. Excellent. All right. Well, if the board doesn't have any questions, or Mr. Wright, you want any more guidance, we had a good point to continue this till the site walk.
That sounds good.
And the board satisfied?
Continue to a regular public hearing for your meeting too. You want to continue to 2 meetings, the site walk and then the following meeting they're coming back to.
Okay. That would, Mr. Wright, so where were we with the 7th? Do you want to continue to a meeting specific being the 1st of December or the 15th of December or somewhere after that?
I guess I'm not sure what. Probably the 15th would. It depends on how much I'm pulling together. I should be able to have everything for the 1st, except for the environmental, but I wouldn't be able to have the environmental by the 15th either. So it depends on what we want to accomplish at that meeting, but really rediscuss what was going on site and have any comments on, you know, submit the operations and blasting plans. Like, you know.
Yeah, Marcia, do you have or John, do you have an opinion on, should we push it out further and wait for the environmental, or should we have an interim meeting in between to?
My opinion would be to hold the one on the 1st, because you can't discuss stuff you see on the site walk during the site walk. You can basically look at things, and having that 1st, you'd have the information from the site walk fresh in your mind. So you could have the discussions about those types of things as part of that public hearing.
Would that work for you, Mr. Wright?
Sure, that's fine.
Gretchen and John, can you weigh in on that? Would that work for you as well? I know you'd probably like to attend that meeting and offer your insight as well.
Yeah, that works for me. That would be great.
All right. So
Me also, that'd be great.
Great. Thank you, John. Sorry not to cut you off. So if the board has no objections, we will continue to the site walk on the 23rd and continue the public hearing until December 1st, Tuesday, December 1st.
Don't we need a motion for those?
Yes, I just was trying to lay it out there for verbiage or so everyone understands.
I make a motion for a site walk in connection with application 236-4-GRD-20-SR for Monday. What's the date? Monday.
The 23rd.
23rd.
November 23rd at 11 a.m.
Second that motion.
A motion by Jeff Brand and seconded by Andy Knapp. Ron Allard.
Allard, yay.
Andy Knapp.
Knapp, aye.
Donna Masucci.
Thank you. Aye.
Steve Diamond.
Diamond, aye.
Jeff Brand.
Brand, aye.
James Jennison, aye. Motion carries. We will
I make a motion to continue the consideration of application 236-4-GR-20-SR to the regular meeting on December 1st, 2020.
I second that.
Second that.
Motion by Jeff Brand and seconded by Donna Masucci. Ron Allard,
Allard, aye.
Andy Knapp,
Nap aye.
Donna Masucci,
Masucci, aye.
Steve Diamond,
Diamond eye.
Jeff Brand,
Good night.
James Jennison, aye. Motion carries. So we will see everyone Monday, the 23rd, and again Tuesday, December 1st. Thank you all for your time. Thank you, Mr. Wright, Gretchen, and Mr. Brooks.
Barbara.
Thank
will
you very much.
Barbara,
thank
will you, Barbara, will you send out a meeting maker on that, just so everybody has it on their calendar?
I will.
One thing about that is that even though we're going to be outdoors, how are we going to handle the whole COVID thing? Is everybody going to wear a mask?
It would be appreciated.
Yep.
All right, mask required.
I'll put that on there.
Thank you very much.
Right, bye, thank you.
All right. All right, have a great night. And I think I just folded my agenda in here. Give me 1 second. Moving on, I know we have Mr. White, right? I'm looking for my paperwork, but I believe you're next. Oh, Scott Cole, sorry. Scott, whenever you're ready, I'll still keep searching for my agenda. It's here somewhere.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can everybody hear me okay?
You can? I can.
Great.
So this is the, Jamie, I've got my agenda here. Request by the applicant for a site review to amend the application for a multifamily development. And
Thank
also,
you.
they added a 3.4 conditional use permit.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
No problem. As Mr. Brand exclaimed, it was actually brought up by his attention at the previous meeting. A conditional use permit is required for multifamily use within this zone. We'd like to try to stick to that topic this evening. We realize there are other items that need to be prepared for this project, but really, unless we can kind of justify this aspect, the client would like to hold off on other materials. So in regards to conditional use permit, we did submit an application. I guess it's a question of formality. I don't know if that needs to be voted upon or not. We have submitted some new materials, which we think were highly requested from the board, which kind of correlate directly to the conditional use permit. One of the items was revised building designs. The client has sat down with his architect and submitted new building renderings. These renderings are somewhat different from the previous ones. They certainly have a more broken up feel with some bump outs in it. And I'm seeing somebody else's inbox right now. Oh, John Huckins, he must be looking for the plans. I think they've done
Actually,
a very
the plans
good job.
are up, right? That's what I'm seeing on my screen.
We see your
Inbox.
Oh, okay, because I'm looking at the plan.
Yeah.
Let me go back.
Don't keep them to yourself, John. We want to see them too.
I'll pause while he does that.
Is it up now?
No.
Nope.
Okay, so let me go.
Well, Scott, maybe while he's getting that up. So I
Okay.
got a set of plans from last week, marked November 12th. And then
I know, I did. On
And
my
that-
share thing, for some reason, it's not going to that.
there-
What?
Hit your
Hey.
mics on, please.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, but what's the date? You want to make sure you have the right ones.
I did.
John,
Let me
It's
get my
got to be
mic.
the 17th.
stifle yourself.
I got to get back to the other screen.
Yeah. So we got plans last week, but renderings, but then there was an email that came out this afternoon that something changed. What, can you just describe what the change was?
Well, that's a good question. I was actually going to explain that, Jeff. The
Okay.
reason being is it's a colored rendering when it comes up, and in order to depict the actual changes appropriately, there was a couple corners where the architect had actually left the trim off. Well, so what that did is it did not create a contrast on the bump outs, and it looked just like a kind of a solid wall going all the way down, which it's not. We felt it was important to the board, as they exclaimed last time. There was some commentary into that they did not like the rectangular configuration. So in order to really perceive that, Jason had his architect add a couple trim boards that were missing, which kind of promotes the corners that stick out a little bit better for the board.
Oh, was that on the back?
Yes, sir.
I see that.
Yeah. So waiting for those to come up. So hopefully everybody had received a copy of that. That's basically why we had issued new ones. There was a question previous into the actual allowance of this building in this zone. If I can try to explain this appropriately. Before, at a flat slab grade, it was proposed at a 3-story unit building. What it is now is we've actually worked with John Huckins and reviewed the regulations. The proposal now is roughly about the same building. However, they will be built into the grade wherever possible. And in a fill situation, the grade will be rows on the sides and the rear of the building, 2 to 4 feet. So what this does is it actually makes a 2.5-story building, which complies to the zoning. Hopefully I said that clear enough. So before, where if you had a very level surface, we have the garage and 2 stories above with open windows. So now there will be a raised grade where necessary on the sides, and then in the back 4 feet. So it'll be roughly a half wall, which gives you your 2.5-story building.
So Scott, if I understand correctly, you're saying it'll basically be the same structure, just down a little bit in the ground further. So it's a less imposing structure.
Yeah, yep, that's exactly it. What they did is they took the first story, which would have been a full-size window only on the sides, created that a half window, and they are going to have small retaining walls in the front of the buildings on the sides to have a 2-foot lip, and then it goes up to 4 feet in the rear. So half of the actual garage will be underground. So it'll certainly look a lot less protrusive from the outside of the project looking in.
Did they change that on the driveway, on the drawings also? Because I'm looking at the front of the buildings, and it doesn't show that there's that 2-foot step that you're talking about.
Yep, it should be on the one you just received, I believe, today or yesterday.
All right, I'll open it up.
Yeah, can we not open that for everyone?
But Jeff, on the one you were showing us, on the side, you can see it steps up on the side. There's a full window, there's a half window. So even the one you were looking at.
Yeah, it does, but not on the front. The front of the building, he just talked about there would be a 2-foot bump up at the corner, and then it would go up from there.
Yeah, I think that's a matter of, yeah, you can see there's 2 feet of foundation at the corner board.
Yeah, okay. Now, I will tell you that it's different in the one that what Scott's talking about is reflected on the new drawings. There is a 2-foot rise. There's a retaining wall. You see the right-hand corner on that first sheet, A1. There's actually in the new drawings, it shows a 2-foot retaining wall so that the ground level is actually 2 feet above that corner, which is different than the drawing that we had.
Yes, that's correct. It looks like a stone, kind of like a fake stone retaining wall. That is what's proposed to raise the grade along the sides, and then it increases from there to the rear to 4 feet.
Yeah, so that's another change that's on the drawings that John's trying to call up there. It was in the
Right.
email that we were sent. John James can't call it up from the email?
Yeah, I bring it up. It's on my computer, but when I hit the share button, it's not coming across. I don't know why. It's always worked before. I'm not figuring out what I did wrong.
Did you open the share tray?
Yeah, watch. I'll open the share tray now, and then it gives me, see the options? It's not giving me that, but I do have it on my other link that for some reason, I can't get to it. I'm not sure why.
Can you drag
In my
it on
case-
the screen, John?
Well, let me try it.
If you're on multiple screens and you're sharing, you might not be, you're not sharing, you're only sharing.
Oh, I'm not sharing their right screen.
Right.
Okay.
In my case, I found the right email, but maybe it's a Yahoo thing. It's just a DAT file, DAT. It's kind of generic. There's not a way of opening it.
Yeah, it should be a PDF form.
I got the PDF and I can see it on my computer. I just can't seem to bring it up when I bring up the share.
I was able to open the email, so I can see it now.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know what I did.
The majority of people can have received at least received that email. There we go. There we go.
Can you
It's
guys
up.
see that?
Yep, that looks good there. So as
All
you
right.
can see,
I'm sharing my screen right now, just so you guys are aware.
thank you.
You can see it.
So as you can see, they kind of went back to the drawing board. They put some substantial bump outs and recessions into the building with two, I guess there would be dormers up to the top. They have actually a split roof line, and that is identical to the front and rear. As you can see, what we just spoke about on both sides of the building, there would be the 2-foot, basically an elevation 2-foot retaining wall that would hold the grade back. And then it goes up to half windows in the rear.
If you scroll down a little more, Andy, they can see the back elevation.
Yep, so again, that's the front. So this is a good depiction here of the rear. You can see the difference in the roof line. It's a segregated and broken up roof line. It's not one contiguous roof line as it previously was. We here. So now the decks would be a lot lower to the finished grade, and which would protrude out. And they also have a partition, as you can see, for the rear decks between the units to create more privacy. So again, I think the architect and the client has certainly done some major improvements on the design of these buildings. The second item that we have produced, which I believe was highly requested from the board, the client has requested or hired a professional landscape architect. He has submitted architectural renderings, which will show, after a result of meetings with Marcia in the town and then some significant site investigations, the landscape architect has provided or proposed many infill areas that they found where there's like existing old trails that used to come and go from the abutters. Those are all proposed to be filled in. He did a very detailed landscape plan up front, which shows a 3-rail vinyl fence with additional plantings and integrated sign in the fence, which I actually think would be very nice. So that can certainly be, reviewed by the members as well. I think that's a pretty nice job. So in regards to the conditional use permit, I'll just remind everybody a couple pointers that this development proposed for multifamily, it is relatively close, obviously, to our center and all emergency offices. This development would provide 12 acres of open space in the rear, which a normal subdivision would not. By vicinity and the projected sidewalk that will be along Route 9, it actually would highly support all of the nearby businesses, being the gas stations and the like Milo's and the food services. Already a a part of this parcel on the west side already sits in the town center zone. And in some of the abutting parcels, obviously next to us, adjacent, are in the town center zone, which does allow it by right. So we are right on the cusp of by right, and of course, where we are asking for a conditional use permit as required. So that's pretty much where we are this evening. Again, the highlight is the conditional use permit. We know we have some more homework to do, but at the request of the client, this seems a little bit more important before we spend some more of his money. So I'll answer any questions.
Can I stop sharing?
You have.
Okay,
Scott,
good.
Scott,
Good,
you mentioned
thank
the landscape plan. What's the file name on that? I'm looking at the town website on lot 36 and the various documents. I don't see any that stand out to me as the landscape plan.
It's called CVC Land Concept Submittal.
Marcia, can you help me nail that down? I don't see that name in these file names. Is it in one of these other documents? I asked for this, so I want to make sure I see it.
See, I don't have the digital version in front of me. I had the hard copy, but on this, if you remember, is it basically showed, and I don't know, you can't see what I'm doing. Can you see what I'm doing? It had the for sale sign and the road in front of it. Can you see me? Can you see this?
A little higher. There you go.
Do you have that?
I'll keep looking.
Okay.
Carry on for the moment.
Okay, yeah, it was stamped November 12th.
It's like a 6-plan set.
Yeah.
I don't see it in those attachments either, Steve. It's probably not connected to it right now.
Actually, I think that came in late, and I think Barbara thought you would be showing it on the screen as opposed to, because we don't like tricklers coming in, so it may not have been.
No, that was almost right after we met, so it wasn't like the last architectural plan that should have been in time.
Yeah,
if I can get
Marcia, I had it in my package I picked up last week.
Oh, okay, all right.
It was submitted November 12th.
Yeah, November 12th.
I don't know if you can pull up the email, Steve. It's I got an email at when was that? November 9th. An email November. Am I talking? I know November 9th email from Barbara. She sent that plan out. So I mean, I think it looks good. Really, the improvements made. So I guess going back to the agenda item, we have a waiver. Marcia, is that correct?
I'm
not sure.
There was a waiver request for
Road
the
design
width of the
standards?
right of way. Yeah.
I don't know. I thought we voted on the width of the right of way. We didn't vote on that last meeting?
I can clarify that if you wish.
Yes.
What we actually agreed upon with the board was the first section of the road right of way would have been at the normal course of 50 feet, which we have done. If everybody has the landscape plans, the architect did a very nice plan called Exhibit Number 4. That one will show the right of way at 50 feet, going in approximately 150 feet to where the crosswalk would be. At the request of one of the board members, we did apply the sidewalk on the other side of the street as well. That was part of the request. After that, it was agreed it could go down to 30 feet, which we have done. So it starts out at 50, goes in approximately 150 feet and then goes down to 30. That's what I recall was agreed upon.
Yeah, I think with the double sidewalks and the future sidewalks expansion on Route 9, it'll be nice that they can tie in. Steve, were you able to pull up that document or locate it? I don't know if I can send it to you somehow.
I was. That's great. For future reference, it would be nice for such documents to be public on the website as well, as soon as possible.
I'm assuming it was just an oversight because they've had it for a bit, but.
Now, I have a question for Marsha or John. Isn't the requirement in the village center 60 feet? So we still would need a waiver.
This is at what, for 60 feet?
I think in the village center, it says 60 feet.
Are you talking about a road?
Because
If you look on the site review regulations, it says the entrance for that multifamily thing would be designed to the road standard. So in my estimation, designed to the road standard means like the 6-inch minus base, the 3/4 inch cross base, the asphalt and that kind of stuff. And then as far as the width goes, that would be something that you would be determining now as part of your site review to make sure you can manage the traffic, because it would be built to that road design, not necessarily to the widths of a road per se. That's an open thing, or even setbacks to a road. It's all about thing being designed to the road to handle the traffic that's needed.
Right. I'm not saying what's appropriate. I'm just saying table 1, I think it says 60 feet.
I think what John's trying to say is this is an internal, it's not.
It's technically a driveway that you've got to build to a road standard. So the road standard is the construction standard, not right-of-way standard, setbacks and all the other stuff. It's technically a driveway built as a road standard.
Oh, okay. I understand. Got it.
Just out of curiosity, why would we deem that as a driveway? Because wouldn't it be
a private road?
What's that?
I thought we treated it as a private road.
That's kind of how I would view it, is it's a private road. The driveway is the immediate turn in front of each of the residences. The road itself, it would be, in my world, a road.
Right.
Well,
that's why we got to what is the standards for a private road in the right of way. And that's when Scott presented that in order, if we maintain the right of way, push the buildings farther back against the boundaries, right up against the setbacks. Whereas if we decrease the right of way, then that would put a little bit of distance between the boundaries, setbacks off the boundaries, and the buildings themselves. Did I explain that correctly, Scott?
Yes, yeah, that's accurate.
So to answer your question, Andy, what we've done in the past is a road, even a private road, would be a property to get access to something else. A driveway enters onto your property and stays on your property. So this one is a driveway that enters onto that property. It's just that the site review regulations have it so that you could have it to be built to a road standard, but it technically is still not a road. It's still a driveway entrance because it stays on the property, which it goes off of the road.
Even though each building is intended to be condoed out and sold into individual units?
Condominiumizing thing is to do with the Attorney General. It has nothing to do with your site review regulations.
And then all the land around it is all common.
Correct.
Yeah, and if you look at our regulation, for private roads, it says private roads shall comply with town regulations relating to construction and maintenance. I think that's what John's referring to. The construction of the road and the maintenance of the road needs to comply with road standards, but with, I was trying to look at.
That's trying to apply the regulations for the way it's written, not the way you would want it to mean.
Do we know which meeting it was? Was it the last meeting that we addressed the waiver?
It was a month ago because I was looking in the minutes and I couldn't see it.
I didn't either. That's why I was asking.
Yes, I believe it was the first hearing. The second one, we had actually requested a continuance.
Did they actually vote though?
They
Did
did
they
not.
vote?
They
Okay,
did not.
I didn't remember the vote, so you do need to vote for the vote on the waiver.
Well, that's why I was checking the minutes of the meeting to see whether we actually voted or not.
No.
So is there any more, is anybody interested in more discussion on the width of that section for the way they've got it designed? From my recollection, it is what we asked for and the advice we gave to come back with.
Yeah, Jamie, I kind of agree. It's what we asked for. One question I have, and I don't know if it's our purview or not, but this mailbox kiosk is on the right side of the road, and the one we approved down the road it's on the left side of the road, so that people don't have to get out of their cars to get their mail. So I don't know if we want to be consistent or not, but this was different than the one we just approved down the road.
Yeah, if I believe the one down the road, it was just strategic, availability of space. I don't know if it was beyond that, did we? I don't recall.
I think they put it on the left side of the road so people can pull in there and get their access to the mailbox without getting in the car.
Then you cross over traffic and get your mailbox.
That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, well, that's what the other way the other one is. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I think that's because that's the only place he had to put it. I think, because with an 80 slot mailbox, you're not pulling up and reaching into your slot. I've never lived in that scenario, but I think you have to get out of your car to get your mail.
I can actually state to that, Mr. Chairman, because obviously I live in Deer Ridge and I drive by the first one that we actually designed, which is Village Place. I see them every evening and everyone gets out of their vehicle. And unfortunately that one does not have an apron. So this is actually a better design. Everybody does have to get out of their vehicle to do so. We also have figured the majority of the mail pickup time would be when people come home from work. So I think it would be beneficial to have it in on the right side so they can swing in, grab their mail, and then continue on.
I do have a question on that. Is looking at that, it doesn't look like there's a significant amount of room in the apron for 4 vehicles. And when you're talking about 80 units, I mean, that's a lot of traffic.
We have it sized right now for 2 spaces, lengthwise, stall-wise. So there's a 40-foot apron of stall space. I mean, we didn't want to add more because we certainly don't want stacking to get closer to the intersection.
I guess that was my concern, is that if people start lining up almost like drive-through style, you're going to have them backed out onto it, and it's going to create a ridiculous risk for people coming through there.
Yeah, I think it would be. I can't see there being that many people all at the same time. I mean, even like I said, the amount of Village Place, I've never seen more than 2 people there with those 53 homes.
Yeah, I mean, I live on a small private road and there's less than 15 houses, and it's not uncommon for 2 or 3 of us to be at the mailbox at the same time when we get home from work.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm not stuck on the idea, but is there an internal spot that might be better suited where you drive in and then go to the mailbox as opposed to on the way in?
We would have to check with the postmaster because we believe they try not to go far into a development, which is the whole intent.
Gotcha.
They like it relatively close to the entrance.
All right. Yeah, I guess it seems typical. I've never it personally, so I'm not sure with everybody getting Amazon packages. I'm sure those are going to the doors and not the mailboxes, but I don't know if it's
mail
a huge issue or not. So we can, are we at a point where we can address the road standard waiver? Is everybody satisfied with that aspect of it?
I am satisfied with the current design.
All right.
Is there an
I'm
actual
trying to-
standard tied to that, Jamie?
Well, I'm looking, they cite 12.2.1 road design standard. So I'm looking for what language that would be appropriate, but I don't know if that's
It would be in the subdivision, the road standards. It's not in the site review. The site review refers you to the the subdivision.
is it under 12.2, John? Do you know? I'm looking. I'll be there in a second. Yeah, table 1 road design standards is on page 57. And
So if you look under minor / access or private, it's always been intended to be private. Right away in feet is actually 30. At the request of the board, we made the first section 50 under major access, but the whole intent of the project is private, which I believe would fall under the 30, but
Right.
again,
And the reason we had that had to do with the actual traffic count that you
Yep.
gave us. And that's what, because we understand that it's private, but when you gave us the traffic count as part of your application, that's what pushed it over the 200. And that
Okay.
came back to that standard.
no, that makes sense.
yep. So yeah, so I think it's appropriate.
Also, Jeff, the village district has special requirements to maintain pedestrian traffic. So that's why I think that's why I pushed that.
Yeah, so there's multiple reasons why, we'd want to do that. But I think that I get the question is, I mean, certainly for me, I'm satisfied and I understand what the issues are, and it's it is specific to the circumstances for this development. That's and that would be the criteria under which I suggest we would grant a waiver.
So one item that I was looking at in there is when we talk about the road design standards, when you get into the road design standard in the village district, it talks about being based on accepted methods of design, number of lanes, the need for a bike lane, on-street parking, and other special conditions or needs. I know Steve is often bringing up things like bike lanes and items like that, and I also look at additional parking with these units. Where do guests park? Because I just don't see where they're going to fit any company based on the setup of these areas.
If you've seen the overall plans, we actually did discuss this, I believe, at the first meeting. I don't believe you were in attendance.
I was not. I apologize. I had between voting and everything.
No, that's absolutely fine. At the request of Chief Walker, we have actually supplied numerous visitor stalls in their own aprons within the development.
If you've got the landscape treatment exhibit 1, I don't if that's an action. There's four locations. It looks like overflow parking. Is that right, Scott?
Yeah, that's a good point. I forgot you had these. We have added visitor parking. So you can see there's, as you come into the project, there's 2 at the first intersection. There's like 6 spaces at the end of the T. If you go left, there's some more spaces at the end there. So we've added visitor spaces there, and that was actually originally requested from Rick Walker, and he thought that was adequate.
Yep, I did see them there. Now, along with that, one of the things that we talked about are bike lanes and then pedestrian traffic. It's tough to tell from the print sets, but do the sidewalks carry along the edge of the road between the buildings?
They carry in the entrance all the way down to the hammerhead, and then to the right, as you can see there, and then he has not updated his plan since then. I believe Steve had requested, we have extended that sidewalk past those parking spaces to building 11. So that has been extended there. The reason being is we have left an easement to the abutting property. So if that ever gets connected, somebody could actually walk through. So we do have proposed sidewalk for the length of that main thoroughway.
What about the other, I guess, cul-de-sac and hammerhead that run from buildings 4 all the way around down to 20? Are they just to walk in the road?
Yep, being all private road, the amount of traffic counts in that area will be extremely low. We think that would be, totally fine for them to walk till they get to a sidewalk section to get to the sidewalk, which eventually would go down Route 9. And then also for pedestrian amenities, there's within the 12 acres of open space in the rear, there's existing trails that they can bike and hike out there as well.
Just draws to mind parking standards, and have we met any parking standards based on occupancy? Is that necessary to look at those numbers?
Well, one question about that, in addition to the 4 visitor parking areas that are there, you also have driveways in front of the units, correct?
Yes, at a minimum, every unit will have 1 garage bay, 2 exterior parking stalls, and then we have an addition visitor. I don't have the number off the top of my head, but we far exceed the amount of parking stalls for the entire project.
Yeah, so, somebody come, to visit somebody, their first choice is going to be to park in that person's driveway. And then if that's not possible, then they would park in visitor parking.
Yeah, it really comes down to, in the event if somebody has a function, say, and they can't park 2 cars in their driveway, they could use visitor parkings. To be honest, I don't see how many of these units could have a large function because there won't be the room for it, but we do have the supply parking.
Well, currently you can't do large functions anyway.
Well, that's very good. That's true.
Well, hopefully that'll end someday. But I think the only thing, if everyone's fine with that, as I am, maybe a sign saying no parking on the side of the street type would be appropriate based on, it does seem congested, in my opinion, because there's a lot of houses in a narrow area. So maybe a no parking on the street sign would be appropriate to just curb anybody who would want to pull over and park in front on the edge of the driveway. Say there's 2 cars in the driveway and they're not leaving because you're coming to visit them and you're just pulling behind them. It might be helpful to just thwart a little bit of those who don't want to walk from a parking spot.
Well, I assume that would be a sign at the entrance. I mean, we don't need to have the entire development lined with signs saying no parking.
I'm just saying a sign that, no parking on the street types.
Right. As you come into the entrance, go by the mailboxes, there could be something there that says no parking in roadway.
We can do that.
If we're set with the parking matters, I'd like to go back to the landscape plan now that I've had a chance to look at it.
Okay.
So there's a lot of talk of cutting back what's already there. That's fine. And the design renderings, you showed some trees. And at the bottom of the landscape plan, I see some description of street trees 8 feet from the face of the curb. But what's not clear to me is how often and to what extent landscaping within the development is planned. Can you point to where that's described or otherwise explain it to me, please?
I think the best is if you can see Exhibit 1, Steve. There are basically circles in red that will be a landscape cluster of like multiple grouping of trees, like a 3 white birch or something to that matter. There are smaller red dots, which would be individual plantings, which is a street tree typical. You can see those are in numerous spots. And then the rectangular symbol are all areas that will be thickened up or buffered for any of the abutter. In the case of headlight influence towards the abutter, those will all be added and thickened up there for a visual buffer.
So visual buffering towards the property line, those rectangles, where's the description on what that entails exactly?
Right on Exhibit 1, screening to be composed of evergreen and deciduous shrubs compatible with existing woodland vegetation.
So you're going to plant more there is what you're saying?
Correct. Yep.
Yeah.
They are going to try to match most of the natural vegetation or species as much as they can so they don't stick out, but it will all be enhanced.
And deciduous, you're emphasizing deciduous. Why not evergreen?
It's both.
Oh, evergreen. Yeah, there it is. Sorry. There it is.
Yep. So there's a mix. Yeah, it looks a little bit more pleasant.
Yeah. Certainly a notable number of evergreens would be nice given, that leaves drop.
So I think that the concern and expectation is that whatever mix of vegetation you put there, that regardless of whether it's winter or summer, then it will be blocking the headlights that are going out into the neighboring property.
Correct. Yeah.
Good.
I have a general question, I guess, geared to the board. When I go through the subdivision and I look at sidewalks, because I'm still hung up on the sidewalk piece, not connecting any of those buildings over on the other end, I cannot, for the life of me, understand why we wouldn't have sidewalks over there when you're going to have as many units as exist over there. And because what I think about is I think about little kids who are navigating their way around there, and I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 buildings impacted with 4 units per building. I mean, we're talking 50 plus units. That's a fair amount of traffic and a lot of kids potentially moving around that space. And I think of I have a 4-year-old and I think of him riding his bike around.
So Andy, are you talking the roadway that makes a circle around buildings 8, 9, 12, and 13?
Yes.
Andy, I appreciate you speaking up about that. My personal interest is trying to make sure there's connectivity between lots and across town, but within this development, given its scale, given how many units, how many people, I think we talked about something like 300 plus people might well be living here. Yes, the more sidewalks and other alternative means, other modes of transportation being accommodated would be great. The more, the better.
I mean, look, based on our sidewalk bikeways and trails, even if you didn't have a sidewalk, it talks about an extended apron for traffic and pedestrian traffic and bike traffic around there. And I don't see anything that creates that means.
And Andy, I got to say, I'm back where you started too. I only count 16 visitor parking spaces, and that just does not seem a lot for 80 properties. I mean, if you have a party of what, eight people, you take your one space and you take half of them already. 9 people take half of the rest, visitor spaces. If you have that event with that town day, if people want to come here and walk downtown, I mean, I don't know. That seems like a lot to me.
Trick or treating on Halloween. That'll be a hot spot to go fill up your bags.
Yep.
Can you lessen the amount of units that you're proposing to give more way for this?
Say that again, Donna.
Can they lessen the amount of units they're requesting to make more leeway for what we're wanting?
I think they have area to add more parking spots. I would. I mean, I won't speak for them, but
you don't want to cram everything in. I mean, definitely. I understand you need to have units to make money, but I also know that this is something that Barrington's going to live with for, what, 20, 25 years, these things last.
Oh, no, we're going to live with it forever, because once it's there, that's it.
I do agree, and there are going to be children there. That's my biggest thing too, Andy. There needs to be some sidewalks going around there. And I wanted to know about street lighting and the, is there any lighting on the building? I don't see any.
No, and again, the goal this evening was to go over the conditional use, not kind of start back at square one, which we're kind of headed back to now. A lot of these we've already discussed and we're kind of coming back. In regards to the parking, as I said, we're well above what is required. We have, I think it's at least 20 visitor spaces, which we felt was adequate. We have spoken with the realtors, and with this type of building being a 2-bedroom unit, the actual reality is they don't pull in a lot of children. You usually have 1 bedroom that's associated with the parents, and you may have 1 child, or which half the time is an office. So this kind of development is not a child, I don't know how to word it properly, but a large child amount of development. Again, the whole interior was made or intended to be private. Again, with all the added sidewalks and everything, now you're also adding much more impervious surface and drainage, which has to be taken care of. We thought that a more green space kind of development, low impact, is much more appropriate in this location. So it's kind of it's a hard walk.
I think that's I would say that's contrary to the town center ideals. The sidewalk is something that's been identified as something that people want. As opposed to impervious. I see Marcia cringing.
Oh, no, I wanted to just remind everyone of what the actual standards are for the amount of parking spaces. A general residential standard is 1 space per dwelling unit plus 1 additional for every group of 3 or more. But for townhouse style condominiums, it's 2 spaces per unit. So Scott was correct in saying that he exceeded the requirements under the regulation. And actually, this is my opinion, not everyone, well, sometimes you get a large cluster of people going home at the same time, maybe on the weekend, but typically people are in and out. And for like you said, the type of development it is, to have 2 spaces plus some additional exceeds what would actually probably be used.
I understand that. I'm just looking at from the standpoint, if you look at how more and more people utilize their garages nowadays, there's less about parking a car in there, more about filling them with stuff.
I don't disagree with you on that one, but I think they kind of factor that in when they do it.
2 things, Marcia, you have your hand up.
I'll take it down again, sorry.
And who is S?
Pardon me?
And who is S?
I believe it's public, waiting for,
Yeah.
public comment time.
All right. Hey, I think that we do need to move on to consider the waiver. That's what Scott's here for. I will just say, for my 2 cents worth, I'm not concerned about the parking spots. They meet the requirements, and that's what we got to follow. With respect to the sidewalks, somebody said in town center, that's what we want. I'll remind people, this is not in town center. This is in the village district. Now, the board can ask this. From my perspective, I heard everybody's comments, not putting sidewalks on both sides, but on one side in that seems like something to be considered.
I would agree. I mean, if you looped 8, 9, 12, and 13, you would cover the majority of that area in a very easy, contiguous means to connect it.
All right. With that said, that's we can offer that up to Scott to consider, but we're back to one thing that we were supposed to discuss and he came to the board for tonight was to make a decision on his waiver with respect to section 12.2.1.
I concur. We can cross that one off the list if anybody's ready. But that could have bearing on the sidewalk and road width issues. I mean, so they kind of tie together in that fashion.
Well, I don't have, I mean, Scott, did you submit a letter with the actual waiver?
I believe I did originally, yes. Waiver request. If I may ask, in regards to the sidewalk issue, is Jason White available? Jason, are you there? Oh, his hand's up, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. White, I see your hand up. You're unmute. Looks like you're unmuted, so yep, you're free to speak.
Hi, I'm new to this system. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Yes, Scott, I am here.
Jason, the board is requesting to add sidewalks in the internal loop on the inside on one side. Is that something that you would feel comfortable doing?
I would prefer to see maybe not a sidewalk, but maybe, an additional width for, because in my opinion, bikers don't really sidewalks too much. I mean, people walking around, yes, but for other means of moving around internally, I don't think that would be useful, but that's just my own opinion. On one side, if that's what the majority of people want, I'd be okay with it, but if it's just my own opinion, it would be just additional paving, a wider width, if possible.
And it is, I think it's an acceptable practice by our standards. Wouldn't you agree? Marcia?
Oh, yeah.
If you read the sidewalk standards.
My only concern, I would actually be the one to opt for the sidewalk, the extension of the sidewalk versus the expansion of the width of the road, because in my world, you widen that road, you speed cars up through the neighborhood, and that's not what you want to do. You want to worry about people walking around. People can ride their bike. You're not supposed to ride your bike on the sidewalk anyway. So I think people can still, it'd be adults mostly probably accessing outside of the development too. And so I would opt more for the additional extension of the sidewalk.
Mr. Knapp.
That sounds good.
Yeah, no, I agree with the idea of the sidewalk in and around there. I think that is a acceptable means of dealing with, the situation that this is.
Well, given the letter that we're going to discuss later that's drafted with respect to sidewalks being installed out on Route 9 that we want to tie into, which there is sidewalks, that would tie into out at the entrance. But given that whole concept with the village district as well as town center, I guess I agree with other people that I think that sidewalk on one side would be desirable.
I mean, and I don't know how you'd like to translate, but I mean, if you look at the road design standards for village center, it's a 10-foot side width with tree pits. I mean, so if that were to be applied, I mean, I don't think we need that much, right? I mean, we're looking.
Yeah, that's looking basically as a public road, not internal to this
Right.
is really a site plan. So it's like it's a compromise. You want to provide safe access, but you don't want to overdo it either. It's appropriate.
All right, well, we're not voting on the approval of the application per se tonight anyway, correct?
Correct.
All right, so I hate to bring this up, but is there any way we could get back to the waiver request?
We just need a motion.
Okay, well, wait, okay, so I would need a clarification from Scott because I do have this whole stack of paperwork from your project. I do not see a waiver request in any of it. So can we revisit, because as I recall, you were only asking for a waiver for the width of the right of way. And I believe it was for the entryway. It was that entrance past buildings, what, 1, 2.
Yes, what we would consider the hammerhead would be above the threshold for traffic. So that section, we are requesting a waiver of a 30-foot right-of-way, which now would be accepted of the 150 feet at the beginning, which is 50 feet.
Oh, so it was, okay, say that again. I'm trying to clarify in my mind what specifically we're waiving.
Basically, based on traffic counts, the right-of-way for the hammerhead section would need to be 50 feet wide. It was agreed we could go 50 feet to 150 feet wide, then reduce down to 30 feet, which we have done. So from 100 station 1 plus 50 to the end of the hammerhead, we request a waiver for 30-foot wide right-of-way.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Now I'm confused. It's going to be 50 feet from Route 9 to the hammerhead and 30 feet everywhere else.
No, I think, if anybody can see this, I think what we're saying is it'll be 50 feet at the entrance down to buildings 1 and 2.
Yes, by the crosswalk.
From 1 and 2 to the end of that street or the intersection by the proposed septic fields down here. This stretch of road between my fingers would be what he's asking for the waiver for.
Correct, 30 feet wide.
So that it doesn't push buildings 1, 2, 3, and 7 out against the setback lines and reduce the buffer.
Correct. And to reiterate, the road geometry itself physically is the same. It's just the right of way.
The width of the pavement's the same. It's just the right of way.
Yes.
So hold on a second. If it pushes the building backs out against the setback limits and reduces the buffer, in my world, that tells me we're cramming 10 pounds of stuff into a 5-pound sack that we shouldn't be doing.
Well, the problem is if we don't do that, he's going to meet the requirements. There's nothing to prevent him setting those buildings 1 foot in from the setbacks. I mean, whether we like it or not, we propose, the town approves the setbacks as part of the zoning. And, so he's within his rights to do that. His proposal was keep the street the same width, reduce the right of way so that he could keep, if you look along the sides there behind building 1, building 3, building 7. He's got a little bit of open space there if necessary. Potential. Well, he's actually going to add some vegetation into those buffer areas. He was trying to maintain the space. Now, if we say no, then he's going to push those buildings back, put them closer to the property line and on the setbacks, and he's within his rights to do that. So the question for us is whether which is more desirable. He can meet the requirements, but is that the best way to go?
I hear you, but looking at our zoning language, it says we're creating an unnecessary hardship because of our zoning, and I don't think our zoning creates an unnecessary hardship. It creates something that's a little more desirable, but I wouldn't call it an unnecessary hardship.
No, I would say that's the long language, but it meets the spirit and intent, I think, is more appropriate.
I think Jeff's point is, does it give a more desired, result?
Right, and remember, there's 2 criteria. One is unnecessary hardship to the applicant, or number 2, due to the specific circumstance of the application that we can grant a waiver. And Andy, I would agree with you. This is not an undue hardship, unnecessary hardship to the applicant. This is a matter of judgment on the part of the board at the request of the applicant, whether the specific circumstances relative to the subdivision warrants us and meets the intent and spirit of the regulations.
It's an interesting question. Personally, I'm somewhat reassured by there already being the connectivity of the sidewalk, and even if it's illegal, the potential of bike use on that. So I'm trying to think. I mean, in practice, kids will do it or whatever. I'm trying to picture how this space will be used in the future, and this is this being pedestrian and bicycle use is one of the ways it might be used in the future. I can't think of everything that might be different as we go forward. I do believe that having the buildings farther from the property line is better than worse. At the same time, these are a lot of buildings in a large but not gigantic lot. So, there's always the potential solution of not putting as much there.
Right. And I think a salient point to make is that the road width remains the same in either scenario. It's the right of way that he's asking for a change from. So the road width would not increase if the houses go back, is my understanding. The road width would remain the same. It would just be a bigger right of way.
That's correct.
Right.
And originally started in response to trying to basically help the abutters.
Appease the
at the very
neighbors.
first meeting, each side was very outspoken, and we thought that this would be a rather amendable fix to help them and go forward with the project. And again, it doesn't change any of the functionality at all, and it's private.
I mean, I'll be honest, if I were a neighbor, I'd be pretty vocal about this as well.
Well, my hang up is it's the neighbor is the person who sold the piece of property. So that has a little less weight for me,
Well, and I mean, let's take a step back. Number one, remember, he's asking for the waiver because we made a decision based solely on traffic in and out of the development that we would consider it as a major access, when in reality, it is a private road. So right. That's one point. Number two, don't forget, we're executing the master plan. The master plan says we're going to have higher density, multi-use development within village district and town center. We're pushing the development in that way because we said we wanted to keep the rest of the town rural.
Well, so, Jeff, I'll get to that after we're done with this application because I will bring that up at the end of all this, but that's neither here nor there for this application.
Marcia, do you have something to add?
At this point, I think you've had a pretty good discussion about it, and I don't disagree with any of you, but I do believe the waiver is appropriate. This is an internal site review, so to speak. This isn't an individual lots cut off in a subdivision. You may even interpret it that this is a site plan. You don't even have to have setbacks, but that's a different interpretation of the whole thing. So I think what they're proposing is very, very reasonable. But I am for the sidewalk part.
All right, so let's address the waiver if we could. So the waiver would be from section 12.2.1, right-of-way width, correct? For the language for the waiver.
Yeah, I think that's correct. Because that refers to table 1.
Hey, raise my hand again. But I hate to interrupt you guys, but you probably should open your public hearing before you take another vote.
All right. I don't know if that's the correct place, 12.2.1 for right of way. That's design, that's road width, pavement road width, but I wasn't seeing right of way.
12.2 of the subdivision regulation says public and private roadways in the town of Barrington shall be designed according to the requirements in table 1.
Table 1.
Right.
Which is on the next page, which
Okay,
is right away is addressed.
All right, so 60 feet in village center is what's required, and we're going 50.
No, right away, major access, 50.
No, village center, far right column.
Oh, yep, okay.
60.
All right.
You know, because
yeah, it could go either way, actually. But yeah, we can waive the requirement and specifically, you know.
All right.
What do you
Let's
look right away, Scott? 30 feet.
Yes.
All right. Let's.
It's very specific to that length of the street from 150 foot in, you know, to the hammerhead.
All right. Well, let's open public comment. Oh, I'm sorry, Andy.
I was just going to say, I think the way when we go through that waiver request, we need to be specific about that, as Jeff just stated, from 150 feet in to the end of the hammerhead.
Okay. Hold that language. We'll open public comment. I'm going to start. Susan has had her hand up for quite some time. Susan, thank you for your patience. We'll take your comment or question at this time.
Okay, well, I'm Susan Gaudiello. I'm the abutter to the east. So your whole discussion about the road and setback and such doesn't appear to affect the buildings abutting our property. I don't see any, according to the landscape plan, I don't see any additional landscaping behind the buildings that abut my property. And I know there are some trees there in the summertime. It's nicely vegetated, but at this time of year and until spring, not so much. And I'm concerned and I guess disappointed on the whole discussion about the 3-story building. I had understood that that was a 2.5-story limitation, and it sounds like the developer will accomplish that by bringing in dirt and putting it at the back of the building, but it's still a full 3-story building. The height of the building is still going to be a full 3 stories because my property is not going to be suddenly elevated. And I really think the height of the building is, it may be practical from a point of view of the people who would live in the building to have 3 stories, but I don't think personally it's, it's certainly not aesthetically pleasing to my eye, and I'm going to get to look at them. And I don't think bringing in loads of dirt and putting it in the back really accomplishes anything other than to sort of arbitrarily come within some guideline that is in the regulations. I would, so apart from that, and also with the decks on the back, you know, I expect I'm going to have a lot of folks out on their deck, which I would be if I lived there. And one of the main concerns I have at this point, apart from things that I think can't change, I think it's too many buildings crammed into too small an area. But I'm understanding that that's within the law, so the developer can do what he wants on that. I guess I'm concerned about intrusion on my property, and I would want to see fencing between the, you know, at my property, between the development and my property. I just feel like because it's sort of an undeveloped area, it's going to be like an unknown backyard. So I guess, you know, I don't see a real barrier between the two properties, and I really feel that that would be at least some protection for our property and for our privacy.
Thank you, Susan. John, is there a height requirement? What's the height requirement in town for a building?
On the building thing, it's 2.5 stories max, but by the town's regulations, that if 60% of, at the end, that lower portion is within 6 feet of the ground as an average, it's not considered a story by the regulation. So fill in the 4 feet in the back and the 2 feet down the sides, and you have to go out 6 foot of width according to the rules to have that. So if that fill is that high going around the outside of the building, that bottom level is not considered a story. So it's considered a 2-story house by the town's regulations.
In the town, we don't have a height regulation number.
No, as far as the height, there was that 35 feet, I think it was, but they're going to be under that for that total height.
So is that that's calculated as an average with that 6 feet fill?
It's calculated as an average of the height of the building to the fill around it, and that's to the peak. So you would average the eve and the peak to make that average, and then it's after average grade too. And that's how our regulations are set up.
So, and that's pretty standard from town to town.
I'm just struggling with that. How is it 2.5 stories? Because when I look at it, if the back is considered 2.5 and the sides grade
if you think of it, yeah, and if you think of it like a walkout basement.
Yep.
It's just the basement's in the front and the garage. It's the same. You're accomplishing the same task by practice of backfilling instead of digging into existing earth. You're adding fill.
And you go to page 88 of the zoning, and it has a definition of what a story is. And it talks about if the basement shall be deemed to be a story when the ceiling is 6 feet above the finished grade. The cellar shall be deemed to be a story. If you take that, and it talks about the average grade. So if you take that average grade around, if the ceiling height is 6 feet or less than the grade going around it, it's not considered a story. It says if it's over 6 feet, it's considered a story. That's in zoning. It's a definition in zoning.
Well, it would make a lot more sense if this were being built into the side of a hill or a natural grade, but bringing in dirt to create a grade for a limited number of feet in order to meet an arbitrary regulation just does not seem to me in keeping with what the intent of the restriction was for the center.
I have to say, I actually agree with Susan on that it's contrary to the spirit and intent, and it's just finding a workaround to it.
And particularly because the grade is going to come immediately right back down because my property is not going up.
Right.
But he's got to carry that grade 6 feet out from the building.
But 6 feet.
And I would say no, and I would say it's seen that way. But as a builder, I'll tell you that is common practice in every community within as far as I've reached in my 20 years in the business. And the house I live in not that it's a walkout, but it was built on grade and then filled around it for drainage. And they probably bought in 1,000 yards of fill to create that look. It's a very common practice, you know. So it's not, I don't think they're pulling a rabbit out of the hat in this one, for sure. It's actually quite expensive to fill that in, you know, to accomplish that, to meet that code. But
well, I just think it's interesting that I think the original intent of a 2.5 story was not this. I think when you know, when this was presented and voters would have passed it, that it thought, oh, that's a reasonable height for this area, not knowing and not understanding that there's ways to get around it. But, you know, if the powers that be have said that's the regulation, that's the way it's going to be. Meanwhile, I still have my question about a barrier between my property and the development.
Sure, and we can address that one. Thank you, Susan. Mr. Cole, let's discuss optional screening along that back section of property and what the applicant would be willing to add in that section possibly.
As you can see, that I understand to the east of where the backs are from units 10 to 20 is what the orders are speaking of. As you can see, we are keeping as much existing vegetation as possible in that area. I mean, unit 6 would be the closest structure to them, which is still over 300 feet away. If they have an issue in the future when they do something on their property, if they would like to add a fence, that's more than their right to do so. I don't see how that becomes our client's issue to buffer what now is existing woodlands when nobody's out there. I would certainly have to talk to my client on that one, but I'm 90% positive that's going to be his take on it.
I can tell you this is becoming a problem up north as well, where people own land and have undeveloped woodlands behind property that is developed, and folks have just kind of taken it on and started using it as they see fit, which makes it very challenging for the actual property owner to manage their own land because people just start moving in there. So I just, again, to a degree, I understand where Susan's coming from, and I would, as a landowner, I would be concerned about that.
Absolutely, and I'll to speak to that as well. I mean, I don't know as though in every instance we can pass along the burden to the developer when there is a homeowner responsibility, a property owner responsibility to post that land for private access only, access by permission, no hunting. There's avenues that are very inexpensive that can be addressed to protect that property. If I think visual buffer screening, if there's close proximity, but to protect unoccupied woodlands sets a precedent that I think is above and beyond what could be expected everywhere in the town of Barrington. And I'm certain that, you know, and that's the other downside of all the green space development type things. When we do these, you know, you tell people that you live here and you have this nice special piece of property behind you that's reserved for use to keep green, but they don't know the boundaries of that green space. So they do wander off into your neighbor's property. And I think that's where the neighbor's obligation to post their property kind of fills that void of man-made obstacles such as fencing or, you know, buffers that aren't visual buffers to anything but more woods.
Right now. But things can change. We have, you know, backlot subdivisions, and we have to. Who gets there first is not right. What that we base anything on. That's, I mean, I base some things on, but we have to allow people to use their property.
Right, but yes, use their property. But by that rationale, we would say put an 8-foot stockade fence around every development in town. Every house that's built. You build a house next to my house, I want you to put a fence around your house. I don't think it's a reasonable standard by which to apply, you know, zoning.
This is not just a house, though.
If these were private homes or duplexes, something less intense, I would not be that concerned. These are 3-story, multi-unit. You're talking about 300 people. You know, I'm not against people. I mean, I've worked with the snow goers group in town as far as snowmobile use on our property in the far back, because we go all the way, you know, back to Turbo Cam. So I'm not averse to that, but I'm concerned with that many people living next door. There's going to be stuff that migrates onto my property. Will I have to then deal with the homeowners association to come and clean up anything that residents leave on my property? Or if people want to take a shortcut through my property to the middle school? I mean, I can certainly do posting, but what is my recourse?
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, I agree, and we can discuss more with the applicant, but I mean, to fence, I mean, what's the length of that property line all the way back to Turbo Camp to the end of this property would be?
Well, and I'm not looking all the way back. I'm just talking about right in back of the buildings themselves.
Right, but when the last building walks to the end of the fence and goes around the fence, I don't, that it seems onerous to put that burden for that much fencing and not say I want it to go my whole entire property length to protect my property.
I don't know, Jamie, because I would look this similarly to how we were looking at Barrington Shores. We weren't requiring a fence all the way around on that, but we were requesting it for a portion of it.
They were in asking for waivers from buffers as well, though. I didn't think there was extenuating circumstances that make that one quite a bit different, and it wasn't a vacant, you know, what's that, a 90-acre parcel, you know, behind there. It was houses. So I think there's a little bit of caveat here that we're missing when we compare the two.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to get a clarification from Scott because there's been all this discussion with respect to the height of buildings. In fact, is that the plan to build things on grade and fill around behind them, or is there any cutting, or what? How would that be executed?
Well, certainly each unit will be different, but where possible, we'd like to cut into the bank to gain excess material. And in low sections, it will be, as you stated, you know, basically built at road grade and then filled around it where necessary.
How does that work with regard to the renderings that we had up? Because if you only have to fill 6 feet, when I look at those renderings of the back of the building, it creates this impression that the grade is way out beyond that. It's not 6 feet tapering back down another 4 feet.
On the architecturals?
Yeah. It shows that the grade is up 6 feet in the house, or 4 feet, and the house is set kind of into a hillside a little bit.
And it will be at a minimum of 6 feet deep.
And 6 feet long.
Correct.
Which is not very far out of the building. That's what I'm saying, is that the architectural show that is that the house is set down in and it runs along grade for a pretty extended period, where that's not at all what we just talked about here.
Well, and again, every case would be different. So in a cut section, it would look like that. In a fill section, it would look shorter.
I guess I like knowing that parcel of land. Where is there a cut section? Because that whole thing is about as flat as it gets.
It's relatively flat. The left side of the property going in is higher than the right. I can vouch for that.
Right, but not nowhere near 6 feet.
But it would only need 4 feet.
But not, it's nowhere near 4 feet even. That's what I'm wondering. Saying.
Some areas are. I've walked it myself.
Andy, if you look at the sheet, what sheet am I looking at? 20014 on the original plans. It does show that you're up at 200 feet if you come in to the left and to the right, and it goes down to about, well, let's see, 192 feet, and it's at 190 feet when you get to the wetland area. So there is a drop of about 8 feet there.
So looking at it, I see 200 dropping into 192 and sitting up around 198. Looking at the area, and when you level all that that out or you bring it to grade, I just don't see that being there, because you're going to be, most of this development sits in around a $1.90, between a $1.96 and a $1.98, and if 200's the high spot, you're going to just eke out 2 feet if you're lucky.
I was just pointing to the topo so you can take a look at it.
Oh, I know. I've got the whole plan set here. I need a bigger desk is what I'm coming to.
Again, we have meetings with code enforcement, trying to make sure that we did everything that's required of us, and we were told this would meet the requirements.
And I think you're there. I mean, we can address some visual buffer along the backside of those buildings. I don't think to add, the red squares like you've done in the other section might not be too much. But I think if we'll move on to other public comments, and we can come back and revisit any questions from the board. Is there anyone else that has questions or comments? All right, hearing none, I will close public comment at this time and bring it back to the board to further discuss. I mean, I can't speak to construction standards. I don't know if they'll go and cut a dip in that road and drop them down 4 feet. So there's only 2 feet of fill. I don't know. I can't answer that question. They know they have the requirement to meet. And I know the words where possible come in. I don't think it's where possible. I think it's needs to be done, right? Where, Marcia?
Yeah, I mean, the regulations, I did want to add, actually, Chief Walker had come to me not too long ago to express that the whole reason behind basically the height of the building type of thing was from a fire safety standpoint. And now that they had access to the ladder truck in Rochester and the ladder truck in Dover, the whole height of the building and stuff was not a concern. I mean, that doesn't change our regulations right now, but I just wanted you to understand that there was the reason behind the whole height of the building and from years ago, and why that regulation came into effect.
Yeah, and I'll say that most towns still hold that 30-something feet, because they just don't want, 10-story buildings. They don't want stuff to, even if I've built houses where I have to clip the roof off at a flat point because they exceeded that high point, and they wanted the 9-foot walls, and they couldn't go above a height limit. Then we've clipped the roof so it was flat. So that doesn't. If there's ways to accomplish those codes, then those ways to accomplish those codes are there for a reason. And you don't have to understand them or like them, but I mean, they're common practices from a 20-year history of building.
Right. I can understand it from the fire end, but I'll tell you one thing that would concern me from a fire end is if I'm relying on Rochester or Dover to get here, you're going to be one building down and well on your way to another one at that point.
Right.
Because it goes back to the old adage of like a volunteer fire department. They're amazing. They haven't lost the foundation
yet.
So you don't think that the Barrington Fire Department, which is 2 miles away, can get there?
It's not that they can't get there. It's that they don't have a ladder truck, which means getting the height to get up there becomes a much bigger challenge. And I can tell you there was a house over here on Ross Road probably a year and a half ago now. It caught fire and it resulted in a lot of other mutual aid. And it took a while to get equipment in there, apparatus. And I mean, I guess I live in the 2.5-story house as well with the walkout basement, but, and I'll tell you, it's not a little, the house does not look little from the water side, and the rest of my house is all actually below grade or above grade, but the basement is completely below grade. So it's still a kind of an imposing house, even from that end. So I can only imagine what these are going to look like.
These
Probably-
houses do meet the height requirements, though. They fall in lines with all the regulations. No, and
So they would probably-
we can talk about it. We can talk about it a lot, but it doesn't change the fact he meets the requirements. I think we had to go like Jeff says, get back to the stuff we're here to discuss tonight,
Right.
because we can talk about this all night and it doesn't change the requirements because of his application.
So we'll come back to it at the end because, like I said, I want to talk about regulations.
So let's address the waiver. I think we've mulled that one enough.
Well, approving the waiver doesn't mean we're approving the application. We can continue this discussion.
Correct. They just need to know if the houses are going in or out.
Well, and the other thing is, Andy, I've done some construction work myself, and you talk about, well, you're only going from 192 to up to 200, but I find, seeing as the 192 is down the middle of the lot, I doubt seriously they're going to build the road up. So they're going to go outward from the road, which means you're going to gain a couple of feet. You're going to gain 4 feet, so I don't know, in my mind, that there's as much filling as you think there might be.
I don't know, Jeff. You're not going to create a bowl and have everything run into your houses. You wouldn't create a low spot in the center and have everything pitched there. I've never built a building that way, and I never would.
Nor would we.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm not saying.
And as Scott said, nor would he.
That's not what I'm saying. All right, let's move on. I make a motion to approve a waiver of subdivision regulation 12.2.1 for application 238. Who's got their mic on?
Unmute everybody, so you can turn your mic.
Okay, I just muted everybody. You can turn your mic on, Jeff, so you won't get that.
All right. I make a motion to approve a waiver of subdivision regulation 12.2.1 for application 238-36-V-20-SR specific to the right-of-way with starting 150 feet from Route 9 to the intersection beyond Building 7 as the specific circumstances relative to the subdivision or conditions of land in subdivision indicate the waiver will properly carry out the spirit and intent of the regulations.
Second.
Motion by Jeff Brand, seconded by Ron Allard. Donna Masucci.
Sure, now you call me first. Masucci, aye.
Andy Knapp.
Aye.
Ron Allard.
Allard, aye.
Steve Diamond.
Diamond eye.
Jeff Brand.
Brand, aye.
James Jennison, aye. The waiver is granted. All right.
To get back to where we started, their main goal tonight was for that conditional use permit.
Yes. Scott
please.
didn't, we were going to get anything done, but see, Scott, you were wrong. We did.
All right. Conditional use permit. Let's click. We'll run down each one, I guess. It's the only way. Number one, building or building structure use is specifically authorized in this zone upon approval of the planning board. The response is a multifamily development is an acceptable use in the zone upon approval of the Barrington Planning Board, a max of 8 units per building. Do you have any conversation or disagreements on that? Number two, if completed, the development in its proposed location will comply with the requirements of this ordinance and with specific conditions or standards established in this section for the particular building structure or use. The response is the project has been designed to meet the town standards and regulations. Do we have any comments? None. Number three, the building Structure or use will not materially endanger the public health or safety. The response is that is correct, has been reviewed by the fire and police department. I added police department to that because they've reviewed it as well. Do we have any comments or?
The highway department's reviewed this as well, right?
Marsh is nodding yes, so we'll say highway as well.
Thank you.
All right. Number 4, the building, structure, or use will not substantially devalue abutting property. Being vacant land, the nearby values should increase. Any opinions, comments, or on that one? Number 5, the building, structure, or use will be compatible with the neighborhood and with adjoining or abutting uses in the area in which it is located. The response is the neighboring lots are residential homes. Do you have any questions, comments?
I guess my general comment is it meets the zoning requirement, but I wouldn't overly say that what they're talking about building there is compatible with the neighborhood.
Okay. Any other discussion on that one?
And that gets back to the landscaping plan and the buffering. As I said way back in the beginning of where we were deliberating about this at all, many meetings ago, the challenge is buffering where you don't have as much sunlight, and that some of those areas where the abutter brought that up include that. Mostly the ones you want to improve, you had good sunlight anyway, so there would be fairly good buffering happening on its own. That's what I'm getting at.
And the only thing, oh, go ahead, Jeff.
As far as being compatible with the neighborhood, we're back to why do we have the town center and village district zones, and how is this significantly different? I understand it's twice as many units, but the concept isn't terribly different than with the Drew Pond development that we just approved, putting 40 units up there on the other side of the road.
Location definitely makes a difference. A quarter of a mile down the road or a half mile down is different when you talk about being as close to the town center and a walking aspect. So when you look at, and this is where the architectural standard piece comes in play, what do we want Barrington to be as it grows up? And you know, as much as somebody wants to develop a piece of land, how does that reflect on and make our town look? I just don't believe this fits within it meets the spirit of and the intent of the rule, but do I believe that it looks like Barrington? Big stretch.
Right, I'm with you, Andy. It's not what I want, but I think unfortunately it meets the density desires for a downtown. You know.
Well, like I said, we'll bring all that up.
All right.
We'll unpack here.
We'll move on to number 6 then. The building, structure, or use will not have a substantial adverse impact on highway or pedestrian safety. The answer, amenities have been provided in a traffic study to be reviewed by New Hampshire DOT. I think that one's well covered and the appropriate infrastructure is there. Does anybody have any comments on that?
Well, as I said at the previous meeting, actually, I do have a comment on that. It's not that any one development is impacting traffic too much. It's that all of them together have a cumulative effect, and this is where scale really matters. So having, 20 or so units at a time is one thing. The number of structures and the number of people it accommodates, this is way bigger than some of the others.
Fair enough. I always heard that people want a 20-mile-an-hour downtown going across 125 and 9, so lots of traffic. Number 7, the building structure or use will not have a substantial adverse impact on the natural and environmental resources of the town. The development is to be private with no town maintenance, and the development has been designed to keep as much of the natural vegetation as possible and maintains 12 acres of natural open space in the back. Any comments on that? Number 8, adequate public utilities, community facilities, and road capacity are available to the property to ensure that the proposed use will not necessitate excessive building expenditures in providing public services. This says the proposal has private on-site utilities with a private road. I will add the comment that the police did say a project of this size will add increased need for town services on an already understaffed and overstressed police department. Anybody have any other comments on number 8?
My comment on that is a selectman and the person trying to balance the budget and make sure we meet the needs of department heads, creating additional cost and impact to our town means all of us will end up with an increased tax bill in the process of it. Because it won't be just police, it'll be fire, it'll be the maintenance of sidewalks as a whole and from a highway end. So it's the impact on the transfer station and those facilities, all of that becomes a variable.
Can I just add to that real quick? Because I get that commentary quite a bit. There'll be a substantial amount of money coming from the taxes on this project to the town. So isn't that what they're for?
Scott, you realize 70+% of our tax revenue goes to the schools. So that it's great that it comes in, but the big portion of that will be funneled at the school system.
Okay.
Which means
can I just add one thing?
Will go up.
The impact fees alone from this development are going to be about $200,000, close to, based on the fact that they're townhouses. And the only other comment, and this is from a planning perspective, one of the costs of providing like police and fire, especially police, is the distance they have to go to service the population. And so there's a big difference between sending a car out to Berry River Road than there is having this complex so close to the police station. So although you may have a few more calls based upon, the number of occupants, the cost of them traveling is substantially less. That's why when you have, it's all per capita. That's why when you have a close clustered development like a town center or whatever, there may be more calls, but they're less overwhelmed when you think those folks aren't traveling. It's centralized.
Right, but more bodies also means you need to have more people to handle all that, so you don't end up in a situation like many of these other areas where people are waiting hours to get response from your police staff.
Right, you have to have enough, but this response time to a town center would be quicker than to an outside. It is all scale, but the one thing I wanted to add too is in talking to one of the larger property owners that owns property in the town center, one of the important things is to get that commercial development is that the reason it's holding this particular property owner up is you've got to have the density of people in that area. And that's where you actually triggers more commercial development. That's a little off topic, but
right.
I'll get back on, sorry.
Jamie, I'm requesting just to step back to number 7 because I have a question that I forgot to ask, if you don't mind. Something that has kind of my attention has been drawn to, and I want to address it, is around buildings 19 and 20, and then at 15. It's set up like at a later point in time that there can be expansion across that into that additional 12 acres that right now they're saying is being left as undeveloped. Is there any commitment that we'll have that will remain as open space, similarly to like a
It has to,
subdivision?
it has to remain. It's part of the density for this whole thing. It has to remain open space.
I think the
one
connectivity
between
they were
50
talking about was on the other side. It was
The 1 by
toward-
15.
Yeah.
1 by 15 is open to a developable parcel, but the 1/19 to 20 to the 12 acres, that is, you know, a conservation subdivision, so she would not be able.
Okay, I just want to.
That's actually an area where there's going to be a sediment forebay, and you'd have to cross a wetland area in order to do what you're talking about.
You can stay to the building 15 side, and you could actually get around that without having to cross the wetlands or be in the setbacks. I can tell you because I looked at that lot.
That land is used as part of their density. That land is incumbent now. It can always has to be remain what it is. It's
Okay.
part of the count for to make this density work.
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
And while we're on the environmental resources and impact, there has been the question raised by conservation. I couldn't quite find it, and Andy jogged my memory about those septic fields being so close to the wetlands, and just wanting confirmation and reassurance that those were adequately spaced. And I think you addressed it last time we met, Scott, but I just, doing my due diligence, I wanted to bring it up again.
Yes, and again, I wasn't going to go into specifics on detail on something like that this evening, but that is based on the requirements from the New Hampshire DES and the nitrate setback, which obviously with this number of bedrooms is rather large. So I will provide a diagram or handout for the next meeting so people can actually see what the required New Hampshire DES nitrate setback is, which is not allowed to go over the property line.
Thank you. And if, I don't know if you have intentions to send that to the Conservation Commission, but I believe that's where that, that question arose from.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Number 9, I think, do we finish 9? Where deemed necessary when considering an application for a conditional use approval, the planning board may require visual buffers be established. I think the answer is existing vegetation around the project is to be maintained and a landscape plan provided for review. So that's where I think we would, if the board seems necessary or deems necessary, to ask for increased visual buffer along the east side as well. That would be up to the board if they feel that that's necessary.
I do.
I think it's appropriate.
Do we need to do that as part of the 3.4 or leave the 3.4 as is, but with the knowledge that before we approve the application itself, that'll have to be added?
I think that's appropriate, but to know that that's what the expectation is. All right. If there's no other comments on number 9, I will open public comment in regards to the conditional use permit. Unless the board has comments first.
Yes, just to finish up on police, the burden on police. Marcia's point on response times is appropriate. However, it seems to me that as people are in a tight space, there's more potential for conflict. And I seem to recall there was no plan by the developer for there to be staff on site to address any problems that may come up. So that's where I start to think there's a likelihood of an increased burden on the police department. And $200,000 does not go very far in financing a police department.
Thank you.
That money would be directed toward the school, if I'm correct on that, right? The $200,000.
It's
Yeah, so it doesn't even go
more to the school.
School capital it has to be
Improvements.
fund or capital funds, yeah.
Right.
And I guess helping to pay down that school that's almost paid for.
Yeah, it's going to be paid off, and realistically, there's no
22, I think, 2022.
2021, I believe, and
Yeah,
there's
close.
no at the end of 2021, and there's no additional savings, but I won't get into any of that.
The age-old argument. So let's open public comment. If anybody has any specifics on the conditional use permit, questions they'd like to address or ask, we'll take those at this time. Seeing no hands or hearing anyone, *6 if you're calling on a phone. We'll close public comment.
Jamie, one of the things Chief Walker had addressed in there was a concern around snow storage.
Yep. And Scott, you have a list of all these comments, I'm assuming, to address for the next meeting. Do you have, yeah, you know,
Yeah, in conjunction with that, one of my goals this evening was to also ask Marcia. It's obviously better to try and do everything at once. Has this been sent out for engineering review? We haven't seen any commentary.
No, he was actually, the developer asked us to wait till we got through the conditional use.
Oh, okay, that would make sense. Okay. Pending what happens very shortly, if we can get that to engineering review, please.
Yep.
You just have to provide the plans for us and.
Yep, not a problem.
Okay, thank you.
Which is good because it sounds like I need to add some sidewalk.
Sidewalk and, you know, consider some, add some landscape buffer on that east side, I think, would be appropriate. Any other questions from the board?
And
you were going to address.
While you're making the list, and do we have the maintenance plan for the drainage system?
You do.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought I saw.
And we corrected the town. Somebody had requested it said town, it should not because it's private. We
Okay.
changed that.
Okay.
All right, just ask.
Any other things to address?
Can the staff on-site thing be corrected? I mean, what if it's animals in the garbage? What if it's any other things like that? Will there be staff to respond to issues so that it's not necessarily a town problem?
That's part of the homeowners association. Just
Is
like
that
in any other,
has anybody
any
read-
other neighborhood.
Yeah, I guess that'll be on you, Steve, to read through the homeowners agreement, the maintenance agreement, and see what that's addressed. But I see where this is deemed to be apartments, right? It's not necessarily homes in a homeowners association, correct?
Actually, are considered as like single family homes. In reality, it's just because because these are grouped in fives. If they were, or whatever they are, the amount of them, if they were just side by side, say, what I want to call the other word.
Context.
Well, not even, yeah, or usually it's more than 2 units, the row houses.
Well, you know, I would say that the intention to rent as opposed to sell.
I don't know.
Yeah. I think that's been stated that the intention was to rent and possibly sell. Am I getting my projects confused?
No, I believe it's to sell. So.
To sell.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
My apologies. All right. And I guess that settles that. I was thinking there were more apartments, and going off Steve's thought process made sense. All right, so meeting, we're putting this on the calendar for.
He wanted you to address the conditional use. Are you going to vote on it?
Oh, I skipped right over that part. I apologize. I closed public comment, right?
You did
do
that.
All right. So let's address the conditional use permit. A motion to approve conditional use be appropriate.
Just, John, refresh me. Why do they need a conditional use permit again?
Required in a village district.
Oh, okay, it's just a requirement of our zoning. Thank you.
Yep.
I make a motion, we approve the conditional use for application 238-36-V-20-SR.
I second.
Motion by Ron Allard and seconded by Jeff Brand. Andy Knapp,
Aye.
Donna Masucci,
Masucci, aye.
Steve Diamond,
Diamond nay.
James Jennison, aye. Jeff Brand,
Brand aye.
Ron Allard.
Allard, aye.
5-1, conditional use permit is granted. Now we can discuss when to meet again. We have a date and time
Yeah,
that would be appropriate.
I'll update the board. We do expect New Hampshire DOT study being done by Vanessa back relatively shortly, so we should have some good information on that. So if we could be continued to the next public hearing, we would appreciate it.
Do we have room on the first, Barbara?
We have the campground. And we have the gravel pit thing there again.
Rocks.
Yeah. I don't know if that's gonna
Would-
be too much.
What do we have on the 15th?
Nothing. Night off.
15th.
Well, with respect to Brock's, didn't we say the reason we put it on the agenda for that first meeting rather than the second, so that we could have a discussion about the site walk? But he didn't think he was
Correct.
going to have all the materials there. We're not going to.
He believed it. He believed he'd have the operational, he believed he'd have all the information other than the hydrological
But he's
study done.
So by that meeting, he may have that stuff, the operational plan, blasting plan in our hands. We could talk about the sidewalk, but he's still not going to have the environmental work done. So.
If everybody wants to put it on for the first,
That's going to be.
okay. We're long-winded.
I agree with Jeff. I think that would be a pretty short meeting. A campground one might be a little longer.
We'll put it on for the first then.
Well, yeah.
All right, Mr. Cole, we'll do a motion to what?
I agree. The campground could be a long discussion or it could be a very short discussion.
All right. Well, a motion to continue to December 1st then?
I'm not, I don't care either way. I'm just saying you were talking about Brock's. I don't necessarily think that's going to be a long discussion.
I make a motion that we continue this matter to December 1st.
Second.
Motion by Steve Dime. Who was the second? Andy Knapp. Ron Allard.
Caught me by surprise there. Allard, aye.
Andy Knapp.
Aye.
Donna Masucci.
Aye.
Steve Diamond.
Aye.
Jeff Brand.
Brand aye.
James Jennison, aye. Motion carries. We'll see you December 1st. Thank you, Mr. Cole.
Great. Thank you very much, everyone. Stay safe out there.
Have a great night. All right. Other business?
Minutes.
Yep.
I do the
I want to do.
We have the letter
knock
too. We
the
have the
minutes
letter.
out. Yeah. Where is, all right, any questions, comments, concerns, corrections on the minutes?
I have none.
Hearing none, a motion to accept the minutes as written.
Not quite so fast.
Oh, sorry.
So 129, it should say, he, referring to me, appreciated New Hampshire DOT's desire to minimize the points of access. Just a little adjustment. Should I move on to the next one?
Mhm.
Okay. Then 176, let me find that here. What did I say? Oh, remove if it goes this way from 176. Just no way for a vehicle to get in or out, period. And next, 194. My recollection of what you said exactly, I mean, was more like Jamie said that the road configuration appears to be essentially a cul-de-sac / dead end road longer than 1,000 feet. That's what I recollected you saying there.
That was what I was trying to express.
And then at 292 and 294, let me get that up here. That just didn't make sense to me. I'm not sure what was being meant there. Just kind of sentence fragments.
We were talking about those two added lots, that little spur off next to the commercial. She was saying that there was more residential development, which gave more buffer to the residential portion. In my recollection, does that make sense?
How do we correct?
Yeah.
Well, Marcia, but you're the one that said it. What?
Yeah, that I remember that. Yeah, that sounds pretty reasonable to what was said.
But it doesn't make sense. M. Gassas explained that more residential to the development and explained that
It's
they
because
were more...
those residential lots weren't part of the conservation subdivision, and the buffer had to be to the conservation subdivision part. So basically those other lots were conventional lots, so it gave that buffer that was required for the whole thing around that conservation subdivision portion.
Well, actually, I think it was more like you weren't adding commercial up to residential. It was residential up to residential. I think was more of the point I was trying to make, but I don't think it's that important.
Yeah, it wasn't a.
I got to move on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, the next one, all the way down to 429. So what I was actually doing there was I was asking Marcia, it wouldn't be fiscally sensible for who? ? And then I said, eventually a through road would be constructed. Just a change on the second part. Is that clear enough? And finally, on 438, I misspoke and said substitute road, and that's why Jamie, you said substitute road, but it's actually, what's it? Green Hill Road, New Green Hill Road?
Old Green Hill Road.
Old Green Hill Road. So can we just make that correct, even though that might have been what you said, Jamie?
Yes.
That's what I got.
All right. Anybody else? Hearing none, a motion to approve the minutes as corrected.
I make a motion, we approve the meeting minutes as amended.
I second.
Motion by Ron Allard, second by Jeff Brand. Donna Masucci.
Oh, aye.
Ron Allard.
Allard, aye.
Steve Diamond.
Aye.
Jeff Brand.
Brand, aye.
Andy Knapp.
Abstain, I wasn't present.
James Jennison, aye. Minutes are approved. Any other business before we get the letter? Did everybody have a chance to read the letter?
Yep, I brought it before the board Monday night.
And what did they think? They liked it? I'll give credit to Jeff Brand for an eloquently written letter. Thank you, Jeff, for taking the time to do that.
Yep. The general commentary was they understand the desire. They're also struggling with the idea that there's a lot of other ways where the town would look at spending $200,000 of our own money right now. as opposed to spending it on 20% match to sidewalks.
Well, Marcia, correct me if I'm wrong. We're going to put on the list for the improvements for at the intersection of Route 9 and 125. So sometime that's on a list that goes out, what, 10 years or something?
It's the 10-year plan.
Right.
There is the possibility of getting a transportation alternatives program, a TAP grant, which would probably be 5 years out. And I believe the figure is, it was more like, I want to say $120,000 match, with the possibility of that state actually picking up more. On the 10-year plan projects, will often negotiate a little bit. On the TAP programs, though, they're a strict 80-20.
Well,
So there could be.
okay. But eventually the state's going to upgrade routes 9 and 125 at that intersection anyway, right? It's on the list to be upgraded.
Yeah, that would be part of it. That's why it says safety improvements also. And also I just wanted to bring up, because the road agent, actually, Mark, sent me an email because I'd reached out to him regarding, because we talked about the maintenance portion of it, there'll be some maintenance. And he actually said, I questioned about, because I've seen other communities use Bobcats because they can use them for multiple things throughout, all throughout the year. And actually, he said a Bobcat fitted with a snow blower would probably be the best weapon of choice, cleaning sidewalks. The idea is sidewalks don't necessarily need to be immediately done. You tend to your roads, and maybe a couple days later, when everything's kind of calmed down, then you do your cleanup. And of course, it'll be having adequate staffing and everything, which, may delay whenever you do them. But let's see. He also said a piece of machinery like that would be a good one, that it could be used between like the school department and the highway department and used for multiple jobs. So I didn't want anyone to think that, oh yeah, you're going to have to go out and buy a sidewalk, Paul, and all it's going to do is, plow a few miles of sidewalk. There's pieces of equipment up there that are multi-use, that you could get your best bang for the buck.
Well, but I think there's a basic question here. As I delineated in the letter, okay, there's been a plan around for 25 years that we are going to have a town center, and the regulations, the voters voted on it. There were numerous public forums. They put together, changed the master plan. They said we're going to have a town center. Those were then formalized inside of the regulations, the zoning ordinance, the site review regulations. I mean, that was done long before I came along on the board. And so that's where we've been marching down here. And I don't, if we're not going to do what the voters of this town said they wanted us to do, then what the hell are we doing?
What ends up being pie in the sky and lovely is we would love to have this, all costs money. And at the end of the day, you will find that the voters may tell you they want something, but what they're actually willing to pay for is a very different approach. And I can talk to you about it from 4 years of trying to get a town hall passed, and Marcia and John, I'm sure, can talk about it from 100 other things that they've been involved with around this town.
I saw the whole saga play out with the town hall and the library and other things. But hey, this development that we were discussing, with Scott, the Drew Pond, Village Place is up. We're talking about, I think we approved an application for Milos to expand. I mean, the development's happened. I mean, TurboCam, you built your place up on Redemption Road up there. You're looking at expanding your facilities. I mean, this development is happening.
Right.
So,
And I think
we're going to have to make the improvements to the infrastructure that go along with them. It's like, which came first, the chicken or the egg? Well, hey, the chicken's here and it's laying eggs, and pretty soon we better have a way to take care of them eggs.
The problem is we got a chicken, and I think we're getting goose and turtle eggs.
And I would say that the thing is that we don't have to try to balance is that as a planning board, we have one direction and to go, and the select board can go in a completely different direction if that's, we still have to follow our direction with a master plan. Select board does not have to go along with it, right? So,
And in 5 years, you might have a whole new select board, which might feel totally different, and they'll want to have that money as part of their priority. You don't know. Things change on a regular basis.
Right.
Zoning ordinance.
And even part of bringing this up, one of the things that I had to make sure I stressed with the board is that our current board cannot commit to projects for future select boards. So even though we can say we support this and move it forward, in 5 years, I would bet a paycheck that you're going to have a very different select board in there, and who knows what they're going to want to do.
I agree with that, Andy, but I think at the end of the day, Jamie's right. We got to follow what, the direction we've been given, which says asking for this sidewalk is the appropriate thing to do. Whether it gets funded or approved down the road is another situation. But I think our duty is clear. We should ask for it.
Well, I guess I'm kind of at the point where we brought it before the select board. The select board has voted to support it and move it forward. So we're having a very kind of long, drawn out conversation about something that has almost no bearing at this point because it's already been voted on in a positive manner.
Oh, I was getting the impression from what you said that the select board was not going to support this.
It took a long, drawn out conversation, but we were able to garner the support to say, yes, we support the idea.
Well, I think that's a good thing, but at the same time, I'm with Jamie that, there's a reason that the select board and the planning board are asked to comment separately. So the planning board does not have to necessarily agree with the select board.
And the select board, and the select board's comments were basically, when it's time to spend the money, we want to have a discussion then to see what other priorities we have. So even though they're moving this forward, that's what they were basically making sure that this is not, we're not committing the new board to any commitment is what they were basically saying.
And I think that's totally understandable. And I understand Andy's point. 5 years from now, who the hell knows? Maybe none of us will be on any of these boards. So we have no idea what the next generation is going to do. But
I'm scared about that part. We'll have sidewalks and internment camps and who knows what else.
We can't afford the internment camps. I'm sorry, it's not going to work.
With the new generation, you don't need a sidewalk to the school because they won't walk to school.
No, it's all remote.
All right. Well, back to so that we can make a motion to adjourn. Let's get back to the letter. Does anybody have any issues, problems, comments, suggestions on this letter?
No.
And it's been sent, correct?
Sent.
So, yeah.
Thank
you.
Wait a minute. What letter's been sent?
I didn't send it. This was draft. I wouldn't do it without you guys giving your God bless on that one.
Yeah, really?
The selectmen blessed it to be sent. Now the planning board can bless it to be sent, so it can be sent saying it was blessed by the planning board and the select board.
Well,
yeah, because it's 2 different letters.
All right.
I was going to say there were 2 different letters. The select board can send whatever they want.
I thought I heard that they read your letter and
they may have.
We didn't read it. We did pass it around, and I did a very abridged version of Jamie's letter saying, "Look, yes, we support this, and the planning board discussed it, and we're moving it forward."
Okay.
So let's have that vote then.
Well, obviously, I'm going to. I make a motion to accept the draft letter to New Hampshire Department of Transportation supporting the sidewalk and safety improvements at the intersections of Route 9 and 125 in Barrington.
I want to second that. Me.
Okay. Second by Steve Diamond, motion by Jeff Brand, second by Steve Diamond. James Jennison, aye. Donna Masucci,
Aye.
Ron
Aye.
Allard,
Arlen, 2 thumbs up.
Steve Diamond,
Aye.
Andy Knapp,
Aye.
Jeff Brand,
Aye.
all in favor. Thank you so much, Jeff. Again, I do appreciate you doing that.
All right.
We have a motion to adjourn.
All right.
thought we had-
Sorry to be a pain here. But,
No. Time for you, Andy.
So there were some items around zoning changes, and if we wanted to do them, they have to be in by 12/9. And even the idea from petitioning them, and really kind of what, from my end, what is a craw on my side, I guess, is things. Sorry, I've got like 8 pieces of paper going around here, and I had notes. Things where we get into with like the height of the building issue with just having 6 feet of tapered behind it. When we talk about our general residential, I would love to propose increasing the lot size. Like, because right now we have 80,000 square feet or 1.8 acres. And when you look at it in a rural community like Barrington, it promotes divisional lots rather than keeping more and more land in the general residential area into a more natural state, I guess. And the same thing with the like if you look at the neighborhood residential. So I understand the development of the town center and the village district area. I don't really necessarily agree with the layout of the mappings of them, but I think that was done by just selecting lots, large tracts of land that were in it, as opposed to a radius or a region of it. But I look at, as you move out into your more rural areas of town, keeping them in a more rural configuration so that somebody doesn't come in and buy them up and develop them into neighborhood type tracts, which breaks up the flow of a rural community, just goes against the general premise of what Barrington is and how it's laid out. So that was really my biggest shtick, I guess, was the lot size requirement around residential and then the layout of the different districts.
Absolutely.
So, thoughts?
Absolutely.
I feel the same way you. I'm sorry, Steve,
Right.
for neighborhood in general, and I'd have to see a map to know. But yeah, I think they get bigger as they go out, makes sense, and it preserves Barrington. If some want the downtown, they can have it, but those who want rural can have that too.
Right, and I don't think the way it's set up now does anything to preserve that rural character that we talk so much of.
But you might have pushback on,
How big's your lot, Andy?
Mine, it's a postage stamp, 0.23 of an acre.
So you wouldn't have been able to build that if you
This is
increased.
general residential, this is neighborhood residential.
No,
Village,
one
town center.
one thing to keep in mind is my house would always be here because it was an existing lot of record. I'm not saying you take away anyone's rights on their existing lots of record. What I'm saying is that as you change the zoning, it further reduces the desire for a developer or someone else to come in and take a large tract of land, and there are still some decent sized plots of land around here that they would cut up and put 4 or 5 houses into or more, and now they might only put 1 or 2 houses into it. So it continues to maintain that rural character rather than cramming, taking a 30-acre plot of land, and suddenly they make a conservation subdivision out in a rural area, and now you've got 20 homes stuffed into that like plot of land out there.
Yeah, I agree. I've always had a problem where you take you're out in the middle of nowhere, and then you put a 20-lot conservation subdivision. So there's still a nice piece out back, but now you've got to just plop the neighborhood
right
in the middle of what used to be, snowmobile and dirt bike country. And I agree with you. To discourage development is an interest to me. Outside of.
You're still encouraging development. You're just encouraging it more into specific areas.
Well, with respect to that, I gotta say, after working on this letter and digging through the history of how do we get to have a town center in a village district and looking at the maps, I would have to say that I think that there's history, been development, and I kind of see how things got laid out, and I'm not necessarily in favor of redrawing those zones now. There might be a tweak here and there. Marcia actually proposed one a couple of years ago, but wholesale changes, I don't see that.
I was on the board when there was just 2 districts in the town of Barrington, and then all this other stuff got created. We hired a professional company, and it still took us like 3 years to put it all together. Even though comments I'm hearing now, you don't think it's all was done correctly. It took us a long time to get to what we got, and it took many public meetings to gather public support to get it passed. This is not as simple as we draw a few lines and take it to the voters, and they're going to say, "Oh yeah, great idea." It doesn't work that way.
No, believe me, I understand that.
But to Andy's point, to have 80,000 square feet for village, neighborhood, and general isn't a fanned out expression of it's the same development everywhere. So to go back to
unnecessary complexity. It's all these zones that don't actually make a difference.
Right.
They have little caveats, but they have a 3-acre minimum, and the furthest zone out. Maybe 10 years down the road, it doesn't make sense, and you want to create a new downtown off 202 somewhere, and then you revisit that pocket. But that would make more sense. It'd be town center, in this pocket, and as opposed to it's all the same everywhere. Marcia, you.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have your hand.
Yeah. Yeah. You have to give, and I don't disagree with you. I mean, I live on 2 acres myself, even though I live in the big city. But I just want people to realize too, you have to be careful on how you develop those, in the sense that like a 3-acre lot may work in certain places, but if you keep creating these larger lots that require larger frontage, you create more roads, which require more maintenance. So you have to be really kind of location specific. Not only that, people talk about the rural nature and being out and taking care of nature, and if you spread these lots out, it's the old word was sprawl, and that's what you're creating, which from the planning perspective is that's what you try and avoid. I'm not saying it isn't appropriate in certain locations, but I wouldn't mandate that size lot across the town.
Yeah, I see sprawl as a planning word from a different perspective. As it controls resource use, certainly, but it doesn't maintain a rural feel.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, because I like rural field. I had horses, remember? It done carefully, but any of these things take so much thought, and you have to look at, and you should divide your community up in certain sections and what's appropriate in that specific section. Right now, like someone said, we have general residential, neighborhood residential. They're basically the same. The regulations are basically the same. They're by name only. I mean, we talked about one time maybe having 1-acre lots in a certain section and then going out from there.
That's why what I'm bringing up is the proposition of changing the general residential to a larger lot size. Because it allows each area to continuously improve a little at a rip until you get to the outer skirts of it all, or perimeter, which becomes and maintains all of that rural feel that you're targeting.
And that
Right.
rural feel has been undermined by what has changed with state law with backlot subdivisions and things like that. So we need to adapt to the changing times and make a correction to ensure the rural character of the most rural areas. And picture where I live, for instance, France Road, Hall Road. Some of Hall Road is quite straight. Some of Hall Road, ironically, is quite twisty. If you suddenly have, well, not suddenly, over time, have 2 or 3 times as many people living on the same road network, you might start to realize you need to straighten a road, which is no small undertaking.
When we looked at the whole thing before, when we did all these different districts, that's the main reason we worked so hard on the conservation subdivisions, was because you ended up giving the landowner basically the same density that he would have, but we saved all this rural land that would forever be rural. So right now, if you made larger lot sizes, so okay, they all go to 3-acre lots, and then when you get filled up, then you go back to, let's say, a 1.5 acre or 1 acre zone, you go back and you're cutting all them lots in half again, and then you're cutting them again. By staying with that conservation subdivision, once that land's put away as conservation land, it's forever conservation land. That was the rationale behind why we did it that way, instead of trying to have larger zoning, which we know in the future is just going to get chopped. No, what do they call that? Infill. There's always that infill. And when development gets tight, everybody says, okay, now we got to infill. We want to fill in those areas. So if you're really thinking about conserving space and keeping things rural, the conservation subdivision program that we got in place now is actually the route to stay.
I think you would still see conservation subdivisions. They would just, because nobody's going to want to build out, as Marcia said, a long road and access to lots. So they're going to do a conservation subdivision. It'll just be a small conservation subdivision with a short, driveway or loop into it. And they're going to have 5 houses as opposed to 15 houses stuffed in there.
I said backlot subdivisions. I meant to say accessory dwelling units. That's the thing that's changed by state law. Anyway, I think just a small adjustment for the most rural areas. Just an acre or so, or 2. It doesn't have to be a huge change. We can just make an adjustment that makes the zoning meaningful.
This is Ron. I mean, it seemed 80,000 square feet seems a lot to me. Marcia, what is the communities around us? What are they? I mean, I'm used to like 1 acre lots, stuff like that. So where are the neighboring communities?
Hey, you Mass guys, I mean.
Yeah. Speaking of
south of
0 lot line.
So most communities in like the cities, like Dover, Rochester, whatever, although Rochester did have a point where they had some really large like farm lots, but basically it's rural residential, we used to call it the zone, was basically the 40,000 square feet. Which a lot of our conservation subdivisions, because Barrington's unique in the fact we have so many people on wells and septics. It puts us in a different, we'll never get the density, even like in our town center, we will never get the density you would envision in a lot of towns because of the lack of septic and water. But I would say in general, the standard rural lot is 40,000 square feet.
Well, and she's right. And she's right. And
to
Ron's point, yeah, but to Ron's point, the local towns around us, their rural areas are half of what Barrington has now as their standard lots. So now you want to say they're half of our standard lots for their rural ones. Now you want to make our lots bigger. So now Barrington's lots are going to be 4 times the size of theirs instead of being twice the size. I mean,
but what's Lee, Stratford, Arnstead, Nottingham? What are their minimum lots?
Nottingham is has a 2 acre.
I don't want to compare to Dover
and that's similar to us. But
We don't want to be Dover and Rochester.
We're 1.8.
1.86, 80,000
Yeah,
square
it's
feet.
roughly
It's just,
2 acres.
it's roughly 2 acres. It's called 2 acres for a building, you know, a builder's acre is what they call it.
So
And that's
we-
similar to most of the surrounding ones. I think Stratford might have a 3 acre zone in part of theirs. I think Farmington has a 1 acre on part of the town, and then they have a 3 acre on another part of the town.
3 acres, there you go. See,
And
but
that's
this
what I
is like,
think.
so these are the things I also look at is when we talk about, everybody talks about how you talk about conservation and the preservation of land, which controls what you need for added supplies and resources and things of that nature. And I look at, okay, well, if suddenly we've got a 3 acre minimum on our general residential or a 3.6 acre, you do a couple of things. You control the amount of potential building and development that happens there. So you also control your town costs. On top of doing that, the other piece that you gain out of it is not only are you controlling those costs from that end, but you also actually grow the value of your property because there's less for people to buy up, which means the value of what they have actually climbs faster. And if you look at a low tax town like Barrington, which I know some people think is funny, but the reality is for what you get here with school choice and your options in general, we are a very low tax town in and around us. There are very few communities around us that have a lower tax rate than us. Stratford and Nottingham are the only exceptions. So how do you play off that and make Barrington worth even more from that end? Well, that's how you do it.
I think a developer would tell you that the bigger lots makes them less valuable because it, you know, it makes it harder for me to get my money
Right.
back.
But we don't want a developer making big money, we don't want him making money off the lots. We want the landowner to be.
But the
having money.
landowner's gonna take the hit. That's the point. The landowner can only get, if the developer can only get 5 lots instead of 10 lots, he's gonna give that landowner less money for his land. So the landowner is the one taking the hit. The developer is still gonna make his money that he normally makes. It's a business venture that's all based on dollars and cents, input and back out. The landowner is the one that's gonna take the pounding.
Well,
I think from Andy's,
not necessarily, because the landowner's value will gain value because there is less land available. And if you want a perfect example of that, go look at Newcastle or Rye or Newington or any of those places where they have very limited ability to develop land, and the land is highly regulated and it is valued extremely high.
Yeah, but they also are all doing infilling to get lots. So they're taking those bigger lots and cutting them all down smaller and smaller and smaller. Their lots right now are probably 1/4 the size of Barrington's lots.
right. I see both sides of the pendulum, you know, because 20 years down the road, if you need to infill, then you've progressed to that point where you need to infill. But if you develop it all today in a boom and you leave a green space, well, you've always got that green space, but then you've got all these pockets of neighborhoods that some out-of-towners want, but in-towners don't. You know, so are we catering to an out-of-town developer market, or are we catering to, you know, Barrington residents and what they want? You know, we're really catering to an out-of-town developers market, making it, you know, making with, you know, if you look at Joe Falzone's thing, you know, nobody would touch it until home prices skyrocketed, and now he finally sees that it's valuable, and he's willing to give away commercial land just to get a house lot out of it.
Oh, I think you're so off base on that comment, but that's okay.
How long did it sit there where nobody would buy it?
They dropped the price considerably for him to get that land.
Yeah.
And his cost of his roads went up so much, he's got to charge $10,000 more a lot than he charged in Village Place. That's what he told us straight up, and that's his true cost to do this.
But he can get
it in this market.
More a lot.
Yeah, and he can get that with lot sizes the way it is now. So you're trying to change, you're trying to make a change to fit something that's not broken. That's, I guess, where I'm at. That's, you know.
I think it's a characteristic standpoint.
Right. What do you want your town to be?
I mean, I think Ron moved from wherever in Mass, maybe that, you know, you had, if you were in a zero, if you moved from Dover to Barrington, you didn't move to get from 0 lot lines in downtown Dover to have 0 lot lines in Barrington. You moved because you thought your 40,000 piece was like a field and you had all this room to spread out because you came from spitting on your neighbor.
Dover's not all like that, and it's got a considerable amount of conservation land. I live on 2 acres with horses, for God's sake.
And you're the last one waiting for the payday.
Exception. I grew up on 100 acres, and now I have 2.5. And you know what? It's a pretty comfortable lot.
But for somebody who wants to enjoy, I came to Barrington because I could buy 8 acres, which I couldn't get in Dover, and stay in Dover and have 8 acres and do, you know, shoot guns, ride a dirt bike, or do anything else. You know, so when that's gone in Barrington, where do you go? You got to go to Stratford, and everybody's got to move. But if we could preserve what people want, if there's
everyone wants something different. That's the thing. Even within Barrington, everyone wants something different, you know?
And that's what I'm saying is I'm making the proposal and we put it before the voters and let the voters decide on if they support it or not.
I think you should wait another year though, so there can be a lot of, it takes a lot more work
to put this together and hold your hearings and have it all done with notices. You haven't got time to get it done this year.
Yeah. And you really want to map out where you want it. I've done this process before. It was with commercial land when I did it, not in Barrington, but it was with commercial land. But we literally took like quadrants and looked at streets and identified each section and what you wanted in that and made your decisions based on that. It wasn't like a generic, like change everything that's general residential to neighborhood residential or something.
Well, I guess when I make that proposal, I'm looking at there's already a lot of it that has already been cut up. So it's not going to impact most of that. What you're doing is you're helping minimize that with some of the larger parcels. And I can tell you the amount of ridiculousness that we listened to this year with an unnamed state rep bringing stuff before the board because someone was shooting on their property and the like rigmarole that caused and the slander that took place on Facebook and things like that was absurd. And so if you've got more land and everybody has a little bit more acreage to work with, you
elbow room,
right? You stop some of that like chaos that occurs.
We don't necessarily have to redo the map entirely.
I'm not even saying change the map. I'm saying just change the
numbers. Absolutely. So it's not, we can't necessarily wait on this because things like climate disruption and a lot of other wild cards that we can't exactly even plan for could make this place be a very desirable place to be. And the way our town develops into the future, this is an opportunity to craft that in a sensible way. We keep on saying, well, we have to enforce the regulations we have. Well, we should make the regulations we want.
All right, just bear in mind, and that this may not go as smoothly as you want, because once you tell somebody that has, 4 acres, that now it's a 3 acre minimum and they just lost a house lot, they're not going to be doing cartwheels over this, because they are people's investments. These are people bought land and that's their equity, and that's what it takes. Okay, we're going to go to a minimum of this size, a 3 acre, 3 acre lots. When somebody has 4 acres, they would have had 2 lots. Now they just have the one they're on. Not going to be happy.
That's why you
just took $100,000 out of their pocket. You just took $100,000 out of their pockets.
You could do ADUs, and I'm not saying 10 acres, but a modest adjustment.
Yeah, I know, and that's where I wish you could have a caveat that if you own the property, you want to subdivide, we have one rule, and if you're an out-of-town developer, we have different rules for you.
But the bottom line to the landowner is still the same. It's the bottom line to the landowner is still the same, no matter who's doing the developing. That's the point.
Right,
Yeah.
No, because if it's a 4-acre lot and you get one lot out of it, as opposed to a 40-acre lot, most homeowners aren't putting in a 30-lot subdivision. They're
Correct.
selling it.
Most of them are one lot at a time. That's the thing. You've got to understand. We had, I don't know, it was last year and the year before, I think Barbara and I were looking at, most of the subdivisions we did were family at that time. They were family chopping off pieces, and a lot of them, I don't want to say were very light. They cut off just enough so they could give, their.
You take away Meeting House Road and Joe's subdivision, all the rest of them are little 1 or 2 lot subdivisions at a time, all the way through town for the last 3 years. That's what we've got. So that thing that you said, Jamie, those rules you want to have, those are the people that are coming in front of us all the time. We've had 2 large subdivisions in what, 4 years?
Yeah, I don't have a good memory.
That's reality. That's where we're really at.
So it's, I mean, but when you look at that, somebody carving it off if they're only giving them the minimum of 1.6, so they're going to give them 3 now. They're going to, what you're doing is you're actually enhancing their family member a little bit, and you're creating a way that,
they own 5 acres. Now they can't do a subdivision.
Yeah.
They own 5 acres. They can't do a subdivision. If you make it a 4-acre thing like you were talking about, they own 6 acres and now they can't do a subdivision.
Well, that's what I said. Do you do 2.5? Do you do 3? What's the number? That's what we have to determine is what's reasonable.
I
think the 80,000 is. That's my point. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay. Well, that's your opinion, and everybody else here has an opinion.
I'm trying to figure out where the concern is, given that all of the developments, whether you're talking Meeting House Road, you're talking Joe Falzone, you're talking Drew Pond, you're talking Village Place, you're talking about whatever the latest is, the 80 units that we're talking about. All of these are occurring in places closer to the center of town where it's advantageous. I mean, I'm sorry, I don't see a big development on France Road. Maybe I missed it, Steve. Did you see one on the way in tonight? I didn't.
I didn't say yet. I'm saying a potential future, potentially soon future.
Where are you going to put that?
There's water here. There's not water other places.
I'm just not seeing a problem we're trying to fix here.
You have a lady that owns a substantial amount of land on Ayers, or not Ayers, on Mendham's, who very easily could turn it into a subdivision. Good night, Barbara.
Yeah, that lady you're talking about on Mendham's, what it would cost her to build the road, she would lose money. She would not make money.
I hear you. I'm just saying it could happen. And that was the comment about Caliph Island at one point, was who in their right mind would spend money to do that? And now you can't touch a house there for less than $500,000 or more.
Do we get a sense from the rest of you, this is something you'd want to move forward with or not? We've talked about this a bit. Where are you at?
I like the idea, but I'm unsure of all the ramifications.
This is Ron. I think John and Marsha are right. I think the blowback from landowners is going to be significant. And, being a Massachusetts boy, I think 80,000 square feet is quite a bit.
Yeah, and I'm not worried about I'm not worried about blowback because they're going to have the final say. If they vote it down, they vote it down. So blowback's not a bigger concern as,
Like I said, given the history lesson I've gotten in the last week about zoning and everything that's taken place, I certainly would not be in favor of changing the zoning districts at this point. With respect to lot size, I'm on the fence about that one. I wouldn't say I wholeheartedly support it. I think there are pluses and minuses, and I'm with Jamie. I don't understand all the implications just being thrown this, on the fly here.
Donna, what do you think?
Did you ask me that, Steve?
Yeah.
What do I think? I think that the inner part of our town should have more development as far as the houses and stuff. But I'm like you, I'm out here on the outskirts near Northwood, and it's quaint. I again look at Andy and say, I ask you the same question. What acreage do we have? Do we do 2 acres is minimum of what? I do like the idea of having more restrictions as far as building out this way. That's my opinion.
Hey, shooters.
Hey, this is Ron. I hate to make it even more complicated, but if we're talking about zoning changes, one that bugs me is which we touched on today, is the parking standards.
That's not zoning.
I think one space per dwelling unit is ridiculous. Everybody has 2 cars now. I mean,
that's not zoning though. That's in our site regs, so we can change that periodically. And
I think that one's too low.
Yeah, it should be a minimum of 2, but this one, that development we're talking about was over 2, so yeah.
Yeah, down to the list.
Yep.
So do we move forward on lot sizes or not? What's next?
Oh.
So I'll be honest, I'm if the board isn't for it, I'm okay bringing it forward as a petitioned article myself.
I'm for it, Andy. It's just what's the number we're looking for?
Yeah, I think we have to have a much longer discussion on it. If you feel that you've got something in mind that you could bring forward as a petition article, if it's something I can get on board, I'll vote for it. If you want to continue pursuing it in the planning board, I think we can, and we can set up a workshop type thing. I don't know if that provides you enough time, but I don't think we're gonna finish it tonight.
No, I'm a little sluggish in this with me being out for the last 3 meetings and then knowing that the zoning changes have to be in by December 9th.
I don't know. We have to have public hearings and everything. Usually the other thing to think about if you're going to do this, and it's certainly up to you guys, is I would identify whatever area it is you're looking at and how many different lots it would affect. I think it's important to know if you're going to start doing that, how many lots are you going to affect? How many property owners are you going to affect? I mean, I think you need to understand that if you're going to propose a change like that.
Okay.
And by the way, Jamie, I moved to Barrington and my lot is 0.7 acres and it's twice as big as any of my neighbors.
You're like triple the size of mine.
And I have bigger lot than both of you.
Combined. I would love to have more land. I can't afford more land on the water here.
Yeah.
No, well, we all make choices. I've got plenty of water at my house. It's just swamp. It's just swamp.
Flood zone.
Yeah. If you want to go dance in the mud, plenty for you. So, are we ready to adjourn, or?
Andy, come up with language. Let's look at it.
All right. Thank you for your time and consideration on it.
All right. A motion to it. I'm sorry, Andy.
No, I was just going to say, I do think, and it's not something for this year, but I think a longer, broader conversation about the downtown center is probably worth having, because if we have a vision of what downtown is supposed to be, and we want to make sure that the people of Barrington are in line with that vision, I think it's going to require a lot of thoughtful effort to make sure that the zoning accurately reflects that, so people aren't coming in with, what's the analogy everybody uses, that they're putting a Dollar General there and calling it good, which is not what we're going for. And maybe it's even worth looking at places like Freeport that put very specific architectural standards in place around how you build your downtown center. And if anybody's been to what the heck's it called in Vermont, that's below Queechee, Woodstock, same thing.
Oh yeah, I love Woodstock. You gotta
The town
remember,
of Barrington already did all that.
yeah, we gotta
We
be
already did
careful.
it.
Yeah,
Well, I don't know if we have. That's the thing, because we're.
But I've always said the same thing, Andy. It's like, but we need a New Hampshire reference that we can reference instead of a
Yeah.
Maine one.
we're
So we
not
can-
we're not a rights-based
We
kind of,
have had these
whatever.
discussions and we talked about it. And I go back to, you look at what we did with Christmas Lane, there's sidewalks so it can connect out back. But we didn't, you talk about the design of the bank, which, we got into. I think the remodel looks pretty good. Even Journey Church should have
Did
got
what they could.
changed it, upgrading their appearance. I mean, I think we understand, and I think we've been communicating to the people that are, coming to us with plans. And so I think it's kind of up to us. We've been down this road. We had numerous discussions about how to craft the words, and it's so difficult. So it's more or less us discussing this so that we have a vision in our heads of what we want to go to. And I really feel like if you talk to Chris Berry and others, they kind of got an idea of what we're looking for. We just have to be consistent in what we're asking.
Yep. If it was easy, everybody'd do it.
Yeah.
So,
And to that point, I think I've noticed on the last couple big ones, with the last three, Falzoni, Scott Cole, and Chris Berry. If you ask, they're more willing to flex, and I think they always come in with the easiest draft first, knowing that it's not going to pass. And sometimes we don't ask for certain things, so I think we just gotta maybe start pushing a little harder, maybe to get some of the things we want, and see if they're willing to bend.
All right. With that said, I make a motion to adjourn.
To the 23rd or the 1st? What's the
December 1st.
and everybody knows about the site walk on the 23rd. Okay, I put myself away. Donna Masucci, you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
We need a second. I'm sorry.
I second.
All right, Jeff Brand and Andy Knapp with the second. Donna,
Aye.
Ron Allard,
Allard, aye.
Jeff Brand,
Brian, aye.
Andy Knapp.
Aye, and thank you for all the time and extra time for this discussion this evening.
It's a good conversation, Andy.
Diamond eye.
James Jennison, aye. Meeting adjourned. You're welcome, Andy. Have a great night, everyone.
Stay safe. Wear a mask.
See you Monday.